We're all set? Okay. Vice President.
Motion recess executive session and reconvene in open session.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion refer this matter to the Rhode Island State Police.
Second?
We have a motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to seal the executive session minutes pursuant to section 42-46-7, Rhode Island General Law.
Second?
We have a motion is second to seal the executive session minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, number two. We're going to move right on to the budget. We need to finish up some departments. So number two, review of Town of Middletown proposed budgets and capital improvement plan, general fund, Parks and Recreation Fund, sewer fund, and refuse and recycling fund for the fiscal year 2021, 2022, and matters related thereto.
Motion to review Town of Middletown proposed budgets and capital improvement plan, general fund, Parks and Rec, sewer fund, and refuse and recycling fund of the fiscal year 2021, 2022, and matters related thereto.
Second?
We have a motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Sean, are you doing the presentations or is Mark doing the presentation?
I'll start, and if you guys think Mark did a better job.
He did
like that,
he did a fantastic
No.
job that Saturday.
That's all I've heard, so.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank
Did you hear it from only him?
No. I've heard
All right,
from
just
many
checking.
people.
Just checking.
No. No, Mark, Annie Lane do a wonderful job, and they've made this process very easy this year. I'll start, and if Mark wants to chime in or take over, he's more than welcome to.
Thank
So in the presentation on page 2, we'll just run through these in order. Is the town administrator budget. And just as I get started, these are slides that were shared with you over the past couple weeks so that if there were any questions ahead of time, we would be able to respond to those so that we could get through this painlessly tonight. For the town administrator budget, where the budget's increasing from $403 to $419,000. It's a $15,000 increase. Most of the increase itself is related to the mailing of the monthly newsletter that is produced by the public affairs officer. We mail that newsletter out to people who are over age 65 in the town because they are more reliant on paper than they are on Facebook, Twitter, and the website. And we actually mail out 3,400 mailings a month. So that's the cost of printing and postage. And that's primarily the driver of what's going on in the budget itself. There is a reclass of some expenses that happened, and I think you've seen some notes where there's a consultant that helps Matt with the social media postings. That got reclassified over to the IT department. But again, the primary increase in here is the mailings. There is some offset from salaries being allocated to the enterprise funds. And that's about it. I'd be welcome to answer any questions or discuss anything you want about the town administrator's department.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions of the town administrator and the town administrator's budget? Sean, and that money is moving where?
There's a reclass of money between the town administrator's department and the IT department.
Okay.
So that's the allocation.
I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions of the town administrator's budget? Okay. Thank you, Sean. Let's move on to the next department.
Page 135 is the finance budget.
Yep.
This would include finance, purchasing, human resources, all of the different activities that are under Mark and Elaine. Their budget would increase from $566,000 to $573,000. It's a $7,000 increase or 1%. And essentially, most of that increase is related to compensation and benefits that are driven by the NERI contract. Other than that, there's some savings associated with advertising, travel, and other miscellaneous expenses. And that's the extent of changes in the finance office.
Does any councils have any questions of Mr. Tangway's budget? Sean, I just have Mark, just a general question. As I went through these budgets, the only thing I saw very common in the same one is, for example, on the finance one, and since we're on that one, I'll use that one. I was going to wait till the end, but on page 143, where it shows the pie chart, and then, it gives the breakdown in the 5-year comparison, down the bottom, under additional, a lot of departments have additional compensation, and that seems to be going up in every department. What is that?
That would be longevity. Let me check.
And if you don't have an answer tonight, Mark,
No, we can get it tonight.
Wednesday would be fine.
Sure.
Okay?
Yep.
Just as I went through it and looked at it, every department that I was looking at had that, in tonight's round of departments. That's what I was looking at, and I saw that. So I figured I'd just ask the question, like to know what that was.
So that is vacation payoff, buybacks in the finance department
So every department has buybacks like that?
for the contract, yes. It's in the NARI contract, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay. Does anybody have any further questions of finance? Okay, excellent. Excellent. And again, it's pretty, I appreciate everybody doing their homework, and just sticking to the, I've said the meat and potatoes of it, and it seemed to flow pretty well, but that, I certainly don't want to deter any questions, by the speed of going through these things. I want to make sure that, that if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, okay? Okay, so Sean, next budget?
Next budget is the Assessor and Collectors Department on page 146.
Yep.
The expenditures in that department are actually decreasing by $77,000 or 19%. 64,000 of that is mostly related to the non-recurring revaluation, which was just completed. And then we do have a savings about $15,000 that's related to the hiring of a new employee that will come in with benefits that are different than the employee who left. Because the employee left had been here for a while. The new benefit structure is less generous, and also from a salary standpoint, the salary is less. So that's the assessor's office.
Will that explain the decrease in salaries?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Any counselors have any questions of Mr. Brown and the tax assessor's office? Mrs. Santos.
Mr. Brown, regarding the new hire in the tax assessment department. Sorry. Regarding the new hire in the tax assessor's office, what pension plan is she on?
She would actually be in a defined benefit plan. I mean, a defined,
401A.
457.
like a 457 plan.
Okay,
So they self-directed. Their new employees don't get enrolled into a pension plan for the town.
Yeah, it's no more.
yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of the tax assessor's budget? Okay.
The
Awesome.
next budget is on page 154. It's the town clerk's budget.
Lots of questions here.
Master,
The budget last year was $538,000. It's actually decreasing by $4,000 to $535,000. There are some contractual increases similar to the other departments in compensation and benefits. However, there is a $12,000 decrease resulting in non-recurring costs related to the canvassing department and the presidential election, as well as non-recurring cemetery repairs.
Okay.
And, that's the town clerk in a nutshell.
So does any counselors have any questions of the vice president?
I just have one. I don't understand how there can be less cemetery repairs. I mean, isn't that something that would be continual? Or was it a big project? Okay. Now they're good.
Could
I
you
can't
please,
hear Wendy.
could you please speak into the microphone, town clerk?
We had a big project. They were redoing the stone, so we had money in CIP for like 3 to 4 years. And now that project is complete.
Thank you.
Okay. I do have one question, if any of the councils don't have any questions. My question is, as I look at this department and municipal court falls under this department, where does the municipal court revenue? Is that in the general fund?
It's in the general fund revenues.
Is there a
Yes.
reason it's in the general fund and it's not offsetting this department?
Well, this
expenses?
department is an expenditure in the general fund.
Okay.
It's just, they're not lumped together.
Could, I know we've had some issues in the past with revenue, with municipal court. For Wednesday's meeting, is there any, can you, come up with, projected revenue
Yes, yes.
for that? Because I know it was negative, last year. That's why we made some changes that we made. So I'm just interested in making sure that's back on track, okay?
Yep.
Any other questions of the town clerk's budget? Okay. So at the end of the day, it looks like it's a 1% decrease there, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. Okay, let's move on to the next one, Sean. Technology.
Technology, 165, page 165, 166. The budget itself is projected to increase by $97,000, which is a 13% increase. It increases from $757,000 to $854,000. There's increases related to compensation and benefits, which are contractual. There's a $39,000 increase in operating. The bulk of that is what I was saying is the reclassification from the town administrator department to IT, and that's for the consultant that provides support for the social media accounts. There's also some additional fees related to the new website and related modules within the website. So that's the operating cost. The $49,000 in capital is the replacement of surveillance equipment, mostly at the police department, which is roughly 14 years in age, and also replacement of photocopiers at a couple of the locations within the town. And that would be the $49,000 increase in capital.
Okay. And Sean, that surveillance equipment, that's cameras and stuff are inside the cells and department itself.
Cameras and around the building, yes, primarily. There are other cameras in other town buildings, but it's primarily at the police department.
Okay. Council Santos.
That being the case, Mr. Brown, why isn't that being charged to the police department?
Because we've centralized IT costs essentially within the departments as a way of controlling it. There was a time when I first got here where IT was spread out across the departments, and it was very difficult to keep track of those expenditures. So for years now, we've consolidated it into a single department.
And then my next question is, do we have to pay for Zoom?
We pay for Zoom, yes.
Do we have a cost on that for the next meeting?
Sure.
Or does somebody have that? How much does it cost on a monthly basis?
We'll get the information. We'll get the information for you.
Thank you.
Is it a monthly basis or per meeting basis?
Monthly,
Monthly?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Council Logan.
Mr. Brown, in the capital improvement program, I see that we have network infrastructure maintenance and replacement
Mhm.
listed to the tune of about $265,000 for information services. I see that the school department budget also has network infrastructure replacements to the tune of about $360,000. What's the opportunity for us to consolidate those replacement programs to get better pricing, deeper discounts, more hardware to be replaced in more timely schedule?
I'm sorry, on the town side, you're looking at which line item? So
It's
it's
in the
projected to be
capital.
45,000 in the upcoming year. It was 211. Are you looking at the 211 in the,
Yeah, but I'm talking about for the life of this project.
I understand.
I think just knowing that we can stretch those dollars a little bit further, maybe get more hardware, more services, more maintenance if we combine them.
Yep. So in a sense, we're already combined when we make purchases. All of the purchases are made off of master price agreements,
Okay.
both state, state agreements as well as national. So we are already realizing a savings. One of the issues that's been discussed by the council is consolidating the town and school IT departments. And that's something now that we're past COVID, we can start exploring
Okay.
and working on further. I think looking at consolidating IT departments, what I envision is that the back office, the network itself can be consolidated into a single network, a managed network. There may be multiple networks within the network, but that can be centralized. And then the workstations themselves can be managed by either the town or school once the signal's delivered to the desktop. But I think there's some opportunities for savings that way, but I think there's, the real savings is on that network, getting things pushed out to the cloud, getting rid of the server rooms. And that's probably a bigger place we can save money, is not trying to buy two little clouds, but buying one
Yep.
genuine cloud to do the work. So,
All right. Thank you for your response.
but that's the direction that we're headed.
Perfect.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes, Counselor Flynn.
Hi. Mr. Brown, just curious, you mentioned that the new web platform was in operating. If I heard you correctly, and maybe I didn't, I would just like to get some information on the new web platform that we're now using, and what did that cost and what line item is that in? And I'm in the consolidated budget book, which I think is the one you're in.
I'm going to guess, so I'd rather just give you the answer Wednesday night.
Fine.
Since I don't have the line item breakout, so,
Okay, thank you.
yep.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions of the IT department? John, how many, I guess I have one. We have 2 employees in IT.
2.
Okay. And just looking at the salary piece, 4%. And one's a department head, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
And that would be all contractual, whatever from the union. There's no reclassifications of position or anything like that going on. So,
So, like, when the council meetings are filmed, that comes out of IT?
no, that gets charged to boards and commissions?
It goes to the boards and, boards and committees, but the training gets, overtime gets charged to IT.
Okay. He said it gets, the question was, does the filming of does it get charged to IT? Mark said, no, it gets charged to the boards and commissions, because the boards and commissions are the council, the planning board, the zoning board, the
Okay,
few other, I don't know if it's MEDAC or whoever else it is that we do, okay? All right, very good. Any further questions of the IT budget? Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, let's get to support services, Sean.
Yes, support services on page 172.
Okay.
The major shift in this department is under basically utilities. A $21,000 increase, mostly related to the JFK school. And that's mostly due to, I think our talking about it with Mark this morning, our budget estimates for last year were a little low because we were uncertain of who was going to be in the building. It was also uncertain about whether we would be leasing out space or not. So that last year's budget's a little bit low. This year's budget is based on the current occupancy, and that's resulted in an increase in cost of about $21,000.
question?
Okay, yes, Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was looking at the utilities, and I was wondering if the amended 2021 compared to 2020 actual was low, also because the building may not have been used as much in COVID for this year. But my question is actually as to why in 2023 the forecast is so low.
Again, we're looking at the projected use of the building, and presently the council is looking at doing the RFI for development of that area. So right now, we're predicting that we would see a decrease in utilities.
For 2023.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
And that's a good question. I mean, that could very well change too.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is just a request for information, so who knows where it goes from there? So I think they're just trying to plan out, and again, that's just a forecasted number. So good question. Any further questions of support services? Okay, like the administrator said, the majority of that increase, $21,000 increase is, well, the 8% is utilities. So, okay. If nobody has any questions, we'll move on to the town solicitor, town council, and boards and committees.
That's on page 177.
Yep.
The budget in the 21 budget is $329,000. And basically because of the non-recurring presidential election, we're seeing a $33,000 decrease in compensation and benefits related to election overtime and the cost of election officials. And we're also seeing a $7,000 decrease in operating costs also related to the non-recurring election. So that would be a $40,000 increase or 12%
Okay.
decrease.
And the majority of that decrease again is for the canvassing, 36, almost $37,000.
Correct,
So without that, there would still be even if that was there, that'd still be a decrease,
correct.
about $3,000. Sean, I just had one question myself on the planning board and the compensation. On page 181, the line number is 51201 overtime regular. So this is just a portion of the overtime that comes out of the planning or committee budget?
That's the cost of recording the meetings.
Correct, yes.
That's what that is.
Yes.
Okay. Recording the meeting.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because that stuck out to me a little bit. And that is there a reason that would be more than doubled? Do we anticipate that many more meetings or?
There's a lot of meeting and it's based on current activity and projected meetings, yes.
Planning board meets a lot.
Okay,
It does.
okay.
It's on there.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting. I just cannot tell if you can see. I don't know what you're looking at over there. I had a few questions, if you don't mind.
Yes.
I was looking, Mr. Brown, at the line item on page 180, 53502, other technical services. I actually thought that would be the recording of the meetings. So could you let me know what that is? Or on Wednesday?
Terry, what was the line number?
53502 on page
I see
180.
it, Yep, for $3,000.
Yeah, so it was about
Okay.
that same in 2020, and then it dropped for the 21 amended, and then it's proposed at the 3,000. That's going to hold steady for the 23, and then I'm just wondering what that is now.
Okay,
I can respond.
Okay.
So we included it this year, since we're doing things at the beach, we included a meeting at the beach like we did once time, and that's for rental equipment.
I
And
was thinking about that yesterday, actually.
Okay, so that will be for that meeting at the beach.
correct, we have to
Okay.
hire people to do the video.
I'd like it to be
Tape
called
the
Meeting at the Beach would be much clearer. Thank you. I have another question. And I'm glad you're thinking along those lines. That's great. Second question is under operating, again, other charges is
Yep.
essentially doubling and then continuing to be at that rate. So could you let us know what that is? And
It's
same
53,701, Mark.
and 56,117, both of those two line items are sort of following the same path. I'm just wondering what that is. If that's, would that be the discretionary funds perhaps?
Is that for the 18,700 for other
Yes.
charges? Yes, that's the discretionary fund for council, yes.
Okay. All
And
right.
the Same thing for honors and awards, that's discretionary.
Great, thank you. And last question, I have on page 181, under, I guess it's canvassing authority, election officials. I'm just wondering if this is where, if we are deciding on a special election for the marijuana issue, if that's where this would be, or are we accommodating that somewhere else?
We have not budgeted for a special election.
Okay, but do we know if that if they've changed that threshold and have decided that if we do want to opt out, we don't have to have a special election, or is that still up in the air? Do you know, Mr. Brown?
All of the legislation's pending. There's
Okay.
multiple bills with multiple parameters that are all being debated. So we don't know what will happen.
So we may have the cost of an election. Do we know about what that might cost?
I would say, looking at Wendy, $12,000, $8,000 to $12,000.
Okay, thank you. And we don't have it in the budget right now. I just want to clarify.
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions of this department? Council, town solicitor, town council, boards and committees budget. Okay, excellent. Sean, the next one is building zoning on 188.
Building zoning on page 188. The budget right now is at $353,000, and the proposed budget is at $477,000. It's an increase of $124,000. Approximately 100,000 of that is related to the recommendation to hire an additional zoning enforcement officer, which will be discussed later tonight in the regular meeting. But that is the cost of a full-time employee with benefits. So that's a major portion of the increase. There is in operating a $16,000 increase, which is mostly related to the use of 2 contractors to provide inspection services. Those services are mostly related to electrical and mechanical inspections that are done. And that is an expansion based on the amount of activity that we're seeing in the office. There's also some additional monies, which is a reclassification. There's small classifications throughout different departments for paying for wireless communications connected to mobile data terminals so that inspections can be done in the field. But again, most of that $16,000 is related to that contract work that's being done by those part-time individuals.
So we don't currently have an assistant building official, right?
We thought we did, and that fell through. So we are continuing to try to get someone on board.
Okay, so is that budgeted, is that part of this increase or no?
That individual is still in the budget, yes.
It is, okay. Just
Yep.
want to make sure. Now, is the issue, I know the issue in the past was really salary for that and qualifications, certain criteria. I know that criteria has been changed to hopefully attract more candidates. And I think the other issue was salary for that position, I believe.
So we did increase the salary
Okay,
with this budget, so that has been included. The individual that we thought we would get actually got picked up to be the building official in Jamestown. Jamestown or Tiverton, but they were scooped. So, you know, there's the other problem in this particular area is that, so I guess, you know, part of it is related to compensation is you have to incent someone who works in the trades to leave what they're doing to come be an inspector.
Right.
So it is something that we may still need to continue to provide greater incentive. to get
Yeah,
someone
and to me, it's
work
somebody
there.
potentially that's just, been in that trade for years and physically maybe not be able to, do that type of work anymore and may have to, come to a job like this or want to come to a job like this. I see that all the time in my business, certain times, certain age, people get to that, they want to. So this budget could potentially go down, Sean, right? If we do attract somebody, assistant building official, we wouldn't need electrical, the additional electrical, the two people you had talked to earlier.
Depending on their qualifications. Because the person we might pick someone up, but they still need to pass or have a number of tests that, before they can have the credentials to do
And
inspection.
that building official doesn't do electrical or plumbing?
The individual, when we hire them, may or may not have the credentials to do the inspections.
I know, but our current building officer, is he qualified?
He can do it by virtue of his being a building official, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yep.
Okay, so some of that may shift to him?
Workload,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. All right. All right, any further questions, Mrs. Santos?
Mr. Brown, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Brown, presently, how many people do we have in the building inspector's department without the new hires coming in? How many physical bodies do we have?
Budgeted or actual?
Actual,
2,
2?
Yeah.
The building inspector and who else?
his assistant,
Clark.
the assistant, administrative assistant.
Oh, okay,
And we're trying to hire an assistant building official
okay,
and a zoning enforcement officer.
okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. President?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Santos. That was one of my questions. And it was my understanding, Mr. Brown, that that department is structured to have 4 full-time employees in there. At least we did last summer. I know we had 4. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So one of my questions, and I preface this in a question, like where are the salaries? Because we lost those people, throughout the entire year. So they weren't still getting paid, I assume. And I'm just wondering where that's reflected in the budget or in the spreadsheet here, or is it? Because wouldn't the salary figure be very low as a result of not having those people working? And we were down to 1 person in that department, I think, at a time in the fall.
We have not, and I thought I responded to this in the email to you over the weekend. We haven't amended the budget, so there would be no change.
Okay.
So the budget reflects budgeting for all 4 positions. And if you looked at the actual spending in the monthly reports from the finance director, that would show that there's basically a favorable variance between actual salaries and budgeted salaries.
Okay, I thought it would be also reflected in the document that I'm looking at, so I will check those. And that brings me to the next question. So it's going to be 4 full-time employees when the positions are filled, the assistant and the inspector, is that true?
There would be 4, and then there's a request to add an additional position on the docket this evening, which
Okay.
would bring it to 5.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so that was, can you also define for me MDT? Maybe I'm
Mo-
just having
Mobile
a,
data terminal,
okay. And that is,
it's a mobile data terminal.
okay,
It's a tablet.
not the most technical person here.
It's a tablet.
Oh. And we can't just say tablet. All right. Let's see. I think that is all I had for right now. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Does any counselors have any further questions of the building/zoning budget, proposed budget. Okay. Let's move on to the next one, Sean, which is,
The planning department on page 197.
okay,
Their budget this year is $422,000. It's proposed to increase to $427,000. About 6,000 of that is contractual increases required by the NERI contract. And there are some reductions in other conferences and travel since we're really sort of at the beginning of COVID recovery. So overall, it's about a $5,000 increase or 1% for the overall budget.
so 1% increase for the Planning Economic Development Department.
Correct.
Okay. Any councils have any questions of the Planning Economic Development budget? I need my, that was easy Staples button, you know? All right, so, Sean, what's the next budget? Is it senior?
The library on page 243.
243. Okay. Library budget on page 243, please.
The budget's proposed to increase by $38,000. This year's budget's $887,000, increasing to $925,000. About 30,000 of that increase is compensation and benefits resulting from changes in their collective bargaining agreement. The library board of directors actually reduced the amount that they are proposing to spend on library books. Part of that was to compensate for the changes in the CBA, but also realistically looking at the back order of books. And then the need not to replace as many books in the library collection. So they're able to reduce and also a reliance on electronic books. So they are proposing a decrease of about $10,000 in that line item. Then finally, there is a $19,000 increase in repairs, primarily to the exterior of the building. Overall, their budget again would increase by $38,000 for the year.
I think, usually they go flat or negative, so I think we need to bring back their presentation. Does any councils have any questions of the library budget?
Comment?
Yes, ma'am.
So, well, the building repairs, that's a one-time, correct, Mr. Brown? That the 18,000?
When they're looking at phasing in repairs. Again, part of it is not knowing what the long-term plan is for the building. So they're trying to repair what needs to be repaired and not have to spend a large amount of money at one time. So the repairs themselves that they're making are non-recurring, but it is going to be a recurring expense
For maintenance?
to care for the building.
Because it just looks like it's contractual and it's the planned repairs.
Correct.
That's pretty much what it is. Yep. Okay. Any further questions of the library budget? Okay. So the next one is the senior center, which I am going to recuse from just for, making sure that it's clean on my end. My sister's obviously the senior director. So I'm going to turn it over to the vice president.
Sure. The senior center is on the budget book page 252. The current budget is $275,000 and it's proposed to increase by $10,000 to $285,000. Contractual increases are approximately $3,000. There's a $4,000 increase in operating cost, which is really spread out across a number of different categories, but most of the expense seems to be related to equipment repair. And then lastly, there's a grant expense of $3,500, which means there's a corresponding revenue on the revenue side of the budget, but they're anticipating an additional legislative grant in the upcoming year. So again, it's an increase of $10,000 or 4%. And part of that is related to a grant that they anticipate receiving in the future year.
Mr. Brown, can I just ask you, vehicles last year, 2020, 77,000, and then there's nothing going forward. So are they like, that was their bump? What is
That was the non-recurring purchase of the bus van.
the bus van? Okay.
Yep,
And was
Yeah,
that
much.
brand new?
it is brand new. Yep. So there is money in the budget for a driver. That was what the council purchased the van with the hope of running a route to not only get people to the senior center, but also to do some local trips, and then COVID hit. So hopefully we'll get some use out of the van here shortly.
Does the route go by the beach?
I don't know what Arlene has, but I can certainly ask Arlene, Mark, if you can add that to the list where,
Sure.
what her anticipated routes are.
Anything, Mrs. Flynn?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Anybody else? No? Okay, we're good. Moving on.
The next budget is on page 260, the Middletown Prevention Coalition. I think the most important sort of note here is that the DFC grant is essentially expired at this point. So this is now more so a town department than a department that was being funded by the federal government. The budget last year was $203,000. It's actually going to be proposed to increase to $230,000, $26,000 or 13%. The $34,000 and $10,000 in comp and benefits, that's essentially a reclassification between grants and comp and benefits. Previously, the DFC grant was paying for those comp and benefits. Those will actually come onto the books as town expenses in the upcoming year. And then the $30,000 increase is mostly related to changes in expansion of scope of the program for the Prevention Coalition. Two of the major costs are related to $12,000 increasing monies paid to social media consultants to help push out messaging related to the efforts of the Middletown Prevention Coalition, and $6,000 for travel. And then there's some additional costs related to mobile data access, program outreach, food deliverables, and other materials to support the operations of the coalition. So that's the big bump is basically programmatic cost of $30,000.
Okay, any questions of the Middletown Prevention Coalitions? And again, last year, the council, I believe it was last year, Sean, that council made a decision. We were at a crossroad. The grant was expiring. Do we continue on with the coalition? And it was pretty much a no-brainer that we needed to, based upon what it provides for the kids. And this is the increase that you're seeing this year. As Sean mentioned, the reclassification of that grant money to the town paying for it. So, okay. Any further questions of the Middletown Prevention Coalition budget? Okay. Sean, I believe we have non-department specific. Is that next?
Actually, there's one in the middle. I'm not sure.
Oh, the new one.
Yep, Children, Youth, and Learning on page 270. This is the department the council voted to create, but there is no funding for it. This was the proposal from Councilor Toronto. And I just highlight it from the standpoint that there is no revenue or expenditures associated with it right now. There has been some discussion and planning between myself and the school superintendent about what this department is and how to approach creating some type of program or operation, how that would work with the After Bell program. And I know I said that wrong, but that there have been some discussions about that. It's my understanding that Councilor Toronto has been in contact with the governor's office about it, although I don't have any details to share about that. It is my understanding in talking to people at the state today that this is a program that likely the town would need to fund. There's not right now in the state budget seed money to get it going or some sort of special grant. And it doesn't appear to be a high priority by the General Assembly. So I bring that to your attention. It is something, if the council wants to pursue it, that would have to be funded through an appropriation of the town council and some sort of sliding tuition or tuition program. In talking to Rose Marie, what we've talked about is that one thing we would recommend is that the town convene some sort of a meeting with the local stakeholders to see what assets we already have within the community, because there are a lot of nonprofits with programs that we think we could collaborate with that would provide or help us meet some of the goals that are at least under discussion. And that would be a multiplier in being successful here. Just from a cost perspective, and this is, again, not knowing a lot about what we're looking at, but if we were looking at having a director for the program, we're looking at a loaded cost of about $92,000.
How much?
92,000. That would be based on a $65,000 salary on the town side. Having some part-time staff, these would be teachers working part-time to support the program. And this would be beginning January 1st of 22 after school, a probable cost in the neighborhood of $58,000. I just estimated $40,000 in supplies. So that's based on $10,000 per site, basically each school building being a site, and then potentially bringing in a consultant to help develop the curriculum and program itself. And that might be something the full-time director does, but at least allocating some money for the making, some sort of startup period. But, I see this as something that probably has a startup cost of about $215,000. And that wouldn't be inconsistent with the $150,000 that Cumberland budgets for the program that they're running up there. So again, I think I only put those numbers there to at least start a conversation, or at least, put it out there that this is, a possible cost depending on how you define the program. But also to highlight the fact that this is money that would have to come from the general fund budget in some manner. It doesn't appear that the state will be providing any funding to get this started.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know the town administrator has had quite a bit on his plate lately, and I know that Councilor Toronto has been trying to coordinate, but I have an additional update that I'd like to share with everybody to round out the information trail. I know that Councilor Toronto and I have had Zoom meetings with Mayor Jeff Mutter from Cumberland with the governor's staff. We've also Zoomed with the governor's staff and a previous Cumberland town councilor for 12 years, Craig Dwyer. It's a fascinating program, and it's something that's really working for Cumberland. And that's really what's most important as we come out of COVID and we prioritize education in our community. And that is one of the town councils. It's our second highest priority. The outreach program exists really to help teachers teach. Teachers have a really tough job, especially now, and they can't do it alone. The community has a responsibility to help. Cumberland has given those with the most need and those who are the most vulnerable a venue that supports what our teachers must accomplish in the classroom. So the program goal is to help students get ready to learn so that teachers can teach. Every community has had enormous learning loss and toxic stress from COVID-19. Those are the big buzzwords. And these are something that can be mitigated with an outreach program like this, working in conjunction with community partnerships. And this is what was Councilor Toronto was on the edge of in contacting Mr. Brown over the last few weeks. And again, I know that he's been busy and has other commitments. And the outreach program, just so you know, it's not to duplicate efforts. It's very clear that it needs to complement and support existing efforts. Beyond the conversations with Cumberland, Councilor Toronto has Zoomed with the administrator and the school department. I've spoken with Newport Mental Health and the Middletown Prevention Coalition, and we're actually due to tour Cumberland's program this month. And the general consensus is everyone agrees that there is a huge need right now. There is definitely gaps that could be covered by this program, whether it's at 200,000 or where Cumberland started 65,000 with a really committed leader. It's something I think that the council really needs to consider it and look at to help our community, because this would be for the community, not just students, for the community. It's working in Cumberland, it's at work. And having started it in Cumberland, I think the governor does have it on his radar. It's very exciting to make a commitment for the community, to make a commitment to the teachers and to education. And I don't think this is something that can wait. I think it's something that we really need to do in the upcoming school year. So I leave you with that, and I'm sure Councilor Toronto will supplement when he returns.
Okay, thank you. Sean, any further information or comments about that budget? Any councils have any further questions about that budget? Okay, let's move on to non-department specific on page 271.
This department has a current budget of $34,151,000. It's proposed to increase by $864,000 for a total of $35,015,000. There is a decrease in the amount of severance funds that we anticipate needing in the upcoming year. That's a savings of $23,000. On the pension and OPEB program, we are seeing a decrease of $174,000. And again, with that, as required by the ordinance, that decrease also covers it. We do cover our required annual retired contributions, so we're not underfunding the budget or pension. And lastly, basically the school budget, it's an increase of $1,061,000. And that is a request from the school committee as outlined by procedure in the town charter. So that is a number that comes directly from the school committee to the budget proposal that you received. And that covers really the major changes in the non-department specific budget.
Sean, can you just repeat, please, for me, the pension private retiree?
Yes, so,
I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
yep, so the actuarial studies have been done for the pension and the other post-employment benefits, and the cost from year to year, the annual required contribution, it actually reflects a decrease of $174,000. And that's partly because the private pension is fully funded. And we also continue to make aggressive progress with our funding of the OPEB liability.
So I'm talking about, you're talking about page 272 at the very top, where it shows that huge increase going from 25,000 to 871,000.
So we managed the two together. So we looked at both of those, both the basically looking at post-retirement benefits between OPEB and pension. We're basically managing those. There is an increase. So there's an increase in pension. There's a decrease in OPEB. That's how the two sort of have worked out this year. I'll let Mark sort of cover the
That's correct.
details of it.
There's
So,
also further down in Public Works, there's OPEB decrease. So you have to combine the two.
So are you saying there's something offsetting this somewhere that I'm not seeing?
No, I'm saying in the total decrease, it's more than just that one. We put it in here by function, public safety, public works. So it's a combination of both different functions to get to that decrease.
I'm not seeing a decrease.
So if you look on the 272 under total benefits, the very top, it has a decrease of 127,000, which pretty much is the
Oh, I
combination.
see, okay.
Okay, and then if you
Yeah.
look further down in the middle of the page, it shows another OPEB decrease of 33,000.
Okay.
So it's about the combination.
All I
of
was
those.
looking at was that 870, 840, 845 increase is what I was looking at.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
the line below it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further questions of the, and again, the majority of this is the OPEB and the 4% school request has to be budgeted. Doesn't mean that that's what it is, but that's where that increase is coming from, okay? Any questions, any further questions? Okay. Sean, is that it?
Those are all the departments. You went through the others with
Yep,
Mark and
that's it.
Rosemarie and the school committee on Saturday.
Yep.
So I think that covers at least the first round of questions. If anyone has additional questions,
Yep.
please send them in. And we have the budget hearing on Wednesday. the first
Wednesday.
hearing.
6 o'clock. So Wednesday will be 6 o'clock. This Wednesday, the 19th, will be the first public hearing for the budget. And we'll take comment from residents and listen to what they have to say about the budget. And the second public hearing is the following Wednesday, I believe, the 26th.
Mhm.
And then that's where, we could potentially adopt it if you're comfortable with it. If you're not, then we won't. But historically, that's what we've done. That doesn't mean that's the way it has to be done just because it's historically done that way. But I just want to make sure everyone's comfortable with it. And any questions, anything that you don't like in the budget or you think shouldn't be there, we'll talk about it that evening, and then we'll give Mr. Brown that information once there's a consensus on it. If we need to vote on certain items separately, some people might feel strongly that, hey, we don't need this, or yes, we need that, and we'll bring that to a head and we'll move forward with that. Just keep in mind that it's an evaluation year, and things are extremely expensive, but the town has to operate at the same time. We've had 4 consecutive years of no increase. That's not sustainable. That was great, but we need to proceed with caution as well, because sooner or later that comes up on you at some point in time, and it's not good government when you go from 0,000 to 4. That's not good. So we need to make sure that I'm sure we'll all figure it out and we'll move on from there. But that's kind of the process. Okay. Okay, so that's it. We'll be ready for, and again, Sean, as Sean stated, if you have any further questions or any clarifications before Wednesday's public hearing at 6 a.m., please get with the administrator or Mr. Tangway, preferably the administrator. Okay, let's move on to number 3, is the public forum. Pursuant to Rule 25 of the Rules of the Council, citizens may address the town on one subject only. Said subject of substantive town business, neither discussed during the regular meeting nor related to personnel or job performance. Citizens may speak for no longer than 5 minutes and must either drop off a public participation request at Town Hall or email to both wmarshall@middletownri.com and kclancy@middletownri.com at least 30 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. All items discussed during this session will not be voted upon, and the session can be no longer than 15 minutes total for the public forum, okay? And we do have someone that would like to speak, Kathy Silvera. So Karen, if you can bring Kathy in, that would be fantastic. And Kathy, if you can hear us, just state, once you're in, just please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Kathy Silvera, 52 Center Avenue.
Good evening, Kathy.
Good evening. So, of course, I hate to be the thorn in the side, but once again, I'm calling about Center Avenue. It's been a little over 4 years of constant construction or whatever's going on. Lately, we've had them, for about the last 3 or 4 months, I believe, we've had them doing God knows what, because we have not been notified of anything at all. I've gone through the proper chain of command. I've gone through town council. I've gone through roads and utilities. I've gone through Mr. Brown. I've gone through Mr. Hall and the town council members. And they have been working nonstop here for probably a month. Mr. Brown came and spoke to them last week. I'm trying to talk quick because I'm all over the place. So Mr. Brown said he came and talked to them last week, and they said that they have been contacting the residents in the immediate area. That is completely wrong. I think they're just telling Mr. Brown what he wants to hear. But I contacted neighbors up at that end of the street, and nobody knows anything. They come and park in front of your driveway, or they're parking all over. The roads are all closed. You can't get in, you can't get out. So the only way you know what's going on is if the porta potty shows up and the equipment is parked like on one of the side, somebody's yard. So I believe that it is gas right now that's going in, or, well, it could be some kind of sewer lines or gas, but we really have they're not letting us know anything at all. So residents are getting very frustrated because you don't know when you get up in the morning if you can even get out of the street. So I just want it brought to the council's attention that whatever National Grid or AGI is telling everybody, they're lying. We are not getting anything. We have not gotten any notification at all. The thing I mentioned to Mr. Brown the other day is about the public safety. There's no way that if a fire truck or an ambulance has to go between right now Briarwood and Newport Avenue, that they could even get in there. I do understand that when there is a call, they do try and see if there's a construction, request or whatever. But, if there isn't and they make one wrong turn, you can't get in there. So last week, the mailman, who barely can deliver our mail anyway, could not get up between Briarwood and Newport Avenue. And then, of course, trash day, they can barely figure out how to do a route. So our trash is constantly delayed or skipped or whatever, because you can't get those big trucks up there. So if anybody from the council wants to take a ride, pretty much any day you could come down Center Avenue and it's all blocked off or whatever's going on. But I'm just saying that the residents need to be informed. And I'm not only looking out for Center Avenue, but I'm looking out for the next people that have to have construction. Because obviously we're just the test cases here, and they're not following through with anything. I don't know if I told you, no, I told Roads and Utilities that the truck parked in front of our house one morning at 7:00, stabilized the truck, and my husband had to go out and say, we have to go to work. And the guy said, oh, you want us to move the truck? And he goes, well, you can't now. So we had to figure out how to get the truck out of there, get our vehicles out of there to go to work. And then they said, oh, by the way, we're turning your power off. Well, our whole neighborhood is teleworking. So in a matter of half an hour, our power went out for a couple hours and nobody was informed. So I just want the council to know that they're not being truthful with what they are telling Mr. Brown. We have never received any notification. And even if we had something that said, for the month of May, this is what we're going to try to accomplish, we could accommodate and know that you've got to get up in the morning early and move your vehicle somewhere. So that's where I am on it.
Okay, Kathy, thank you. Sean, I got to ask the question. If you met with them, what are they telling you? What are they saying?
I am being told that they've notified the residents. I've also spoken to the detail police officers that are in the field, and they've also told me that the residents are being notified. So I will go back out and speak to National Grid, AGI, and the police officers and ensure that people are being notified. I don't agree that there's a public safety issue. Where there is a project, homes can be accessed basically through either direction. There is a detail officer out there to facilitate traffic in and around the area. But again, I'll go back and talk to National Grid, AGI, and the police department and stress the need for the information to be shared.
Yeah, I mean, I only think that's fair when we do, I know it's a town and we can control it more. When we do projects, you do door hangers, we do all kinds of information. We're not perfect by no means, but we've made those efforts, and I think they should be able to make the same effort. I mean,
And
even
that's-
even
that is
as
literally
Kathy
the last
referenced, like,
communication I had, which was use door hangers.
yeah,
That was communicated last week. Actually, I had spoken to one of the neighbors.
is there a way showing that they could give us the information if they're not going to do it, and we can disperse the information out to the residents?
Yes. Again, it's the layers of National Grid that were, it's National Grid, it's the gas part of National Grid, it's a contractor of National Grid. But again, I did go out in the field. I spoke to the supervisor.
Even though they pay for the detail officer, they're our officers, right?
And the detail officer that I talked to the day I went out there clearly said that they had talked to the neighbors. There were no issues getting people in and out of the neighborhood. I imagine, there are issues in the neighborhood, but I think anytime you have a project going on and Center Avenue is a tight neighborhood, it just makes it more difficult.
Okay.
And it's a big project. They're replacing the gas line in the road. They're reconnecting the homes. When I was out there last week, they were adding a second crew basically to finish the work within a 2-week period. So adding more crews to get out of there sooner creates more commotion for the people that live there.
Okay. I just want to
Can I
make sure.
add
that-
just one more thing?
Yes, go ahead, Kath.
So the other thing is that they're, speaking of the gas, that was too far in my notes when I was getting nervous. They were saying there was a gentleman that was walking around with the clipboard and he was just going in and out of people's front yards and back yards and everything else with no notification. So one of the neighbors went out and said, "Can I help you?" And he said, "Oh yeah, I'm here to connect the gas lines." And she said, "Well, I certainly wish you had stopped here and told me because mine is behind the fence." So that's where the communication is lacking. And maybe if somebody can go out and talk to a couple residents, you can find out what's going on, because the only way things are getting out is by word of mouth. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, thank you, Kathy.
President,
Yes.
I'd just like to say, I talked with Kathy. I have seen what's going on over there, and I think Mr. Brown is exactly right. There's so many layers between who you speak to at National Grid and the guys on the ground that the communication's getting lost. I'm sure they have the policy in place, but it's not being adhered to. And one of the problems is that this project has been going on for so long that they're just getting complacent. They're on the road every day, but when you are getting your driveway blocked, or, the one guy could walk up the street, just knock on the door and say, "Here," especially when we've listened to complaints now for quite a while. They need to put a little more effort in. And I think just,
I agree.
a reminder to that and hold them to it would be helpful.
Okay, excellent.
Mr. President?
Mr. Santos.
In recent weeks, with National Grid working on Aquidneck Avenue, down at the bottom of Morrison, and going up towards Greenan Avenue, power in the area has been cut off approximately 4 hours twice. And only once did National Grid come to the door, knocked on the door, and when I didn't answer immediately, he walked away. I finally caught him and said, "What do you want?" "We're going to shut off electricity." And it was to the tune of 5 hours. And they worked all the way up Aquidneck Avenue. I don't know how many homes that they went to and said they were going to shut off electricity. I don't know, but they did come to mine only once within all that length of time in closing off the electricity.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Let's move on to the town business update. Number 4, memorandum of town administrator in reference to town business updates.
Motion received said memorandum.
Second?
Have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Brown, brief summary. Please.
I apologize. Senior housing, we're waiting for the town council to appoint a committee. Myself and the consultant had looked at there's a property for sale on Forest Avenue to see whether or not that would fit within our program. And we discovered that it does not. We talked about education tonight. Sounds like Councilor Flynn and Councilor Toronto are having meetings with members of the state. I provided you an update on the work that we're doing internally. I have not started working on the tiered tax proposal from Councilor Flynn. That's work that's on my plate right now, and I'll start to work on that with the solicitor. West Main Road Development, the council voted to submit or release the RFI. We had a meeting last week with the consultant to just review the RFI that was sent a year ago to see if there were any changes necessary. Those have been made, and that will be going out shortly. Short-term rentals, we have over 200 applications that are in process. We have been working with the solicitor. We've been meeting across the staff to discuss protocols as well as address issues that we're coming up against. It is a slow sort of slog at this point to get through those 200 applications. But we are working through that, and I think we're identifying issues or recommendations that we hope to bring to the short-term rental task force for changes in the future. The Mayford River Restoration Project, we're going to talk about a little bit tonight, approving grant funding so that we can continue to move that project forward. So I'll save that for later. The Planning Board build-out study, you've prioritized that list. We met with Steve Cabral last week and discussed costing out the different proposals. There's an update included on here about what the planning board activities that are pending action by the town council. And the solicitor provided an update on rules of the council. That is a chunk of work that's necessary because essentially when we went through that, the council more or less moved all of those recommendations forward for review. And he indicated that he would have that back on the docket by June 9th. So that's really it. Those are the items that you've asked me to update.
Okay, excellent. Any questions? All right, very good. Let's move on to the consent calendar. Would any
Mr. President?
councils like to remove any items from the consent calendar?
Yes, please.
Mrs. Flynn,
At number 13?
okay? Any other councils want to remove anything from the consent calendar? Okay. All right, we just need a motion to approve that minus item number 13.
Motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of number 13.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar minus item number 13. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Number 13, May 3rd, 2021, council requested administration review and contract and update the council in reference to a memorandum of finance director through town administrator, concession bid MIDD-021-004, withdrawn by administration. New proposal received. See item 28 on tonight's agenda.
Am I up?
We need a motion.
Sorry. I was looking for my book.
That's okay. Motion to withdraw said item at the request of the administration.
Oh, the yellow one. Motion to withdraw said item at the request of the administration.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion. Mrs. Flynn.
My only discussion is that this is an item being withdrawn, and I don't think my email was clear to the town administrator. So we got this multi-page, it's got to be 20 pages in full color for an item that's going to be withdrawn, and that's in every single package, I assume. So what I was asking is, I don't think we needed to have the whole package unless it's a law, but we certainly didn't need to have it in full color. So I'd like to just be more cognizant of those. It's the little expenses like that that really add up.
Okay. Excellent. So we have a motion and a second to withdraw. All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Let's move on to public hearings, number 15. Public hearing has been advertised. Public hearing remains open. In ordinance of the town of Middletown, second reading. In ordinance and amendment to the town code of the town of Middletown. Title 15, Land Use, Chapter 152 Zoning Code is amended by amending sections E of section 704 entitled Height and Yard Modifications. Planning Board recommendation is on file.
Motion to announce the public hearing remains open.
Second.
Okay, public hearing remains open. I don't think we need a motion or a second on that. You're just announcing that. So public hearing remains open on section 152, chapter 152 of the yard and height modifications. Mr. Solicitor, just a quick recap.
This is under the category of just housekeeping. This is to make sure that the changes that the town council made a couple of years ago, restricting the height of buildings in the flood zones, and that those apply to buildings within the FEMA flood zone, that those changes would also apply to buildings within the CRMC flood zones to make sure that we're remaining consistent and not having any loopholes now that the definition of height under state law has been changed. So we're just trying to keep in step with changes that have been made at the state level.
Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Solicitor,
Yes, ma'am.
with this being placed, what is going to stop a developer asking his attorney for a variance? We have so many codes that are on the books that when a developer comes in, guaranteed, he's going to ask his attorney to ask for a variance.
Well, you can always ask. The one thing I would say, Mrs. Santos, is of all the dimensional variances that people ask for, I would say that height variances are the rarer ask, and they're even rarer that there are approved as opposed to setbacks and lot coverage. So that doesn't happen. It's theoretically can happen, but it doesn't happen very often in my experience.
All right.
Okay. And again, that's part of the process, and, we appoint those folks, and, we got to trust in what they're doing. We don't agree with them, then we'll reappoint them. It's pretty simple. Okay, any further discussion about the public hearing on yard height and yard modifications? Anybody, do we have any hands raised? No? Okay. Mr. Vice President,
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Motion to adopt said ordinance on its second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt said ordinance on its second reading. Are there any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to number 16, public hearing advertised. Public hearing remains open. In order to the town of Middletown, second reading, in order to the amendment to the town code of the town of Middletown, Title 15, land use. Chapter 152 zoning code is amended by amending section 306, uses subject to and exempt from the development plan review, which is referred to as the DPR. The planning board recommendation is on file.
Public hearing remains open.
Excellent. Okay, so on this one here, the public hearing remains open, and on this one here, really it just kind of amends uses to really to go through the town from the building official, really. Now it goes through the town planner. I mean, they both work in harmony together, but the lead on this went from building to planning.
Yeah, this simply streamlines the development review process, which is the first step that most commercial developments go through. It also gives the planning board a little bit more control over the design of commercial buildings in town, trying to make sure that those comply with the town's design standards.
Mhm. Okay. Any councils have any questions of this ordinance on its second reading? No? Is there any hands raised in the public? No. Okay, Mr. Vice President,
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adopt said ordinance on its second reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance on its second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Okay, number 17, let's move on to licenses. Application for a special event permit, Newport Yogas. I think it's supposed to be yoga, maybe, I don't know. For Newport Yogas, maybe not. Full Moon Summer Series, 75-minute yoga class at Second Beach, Surface End on Wednesday, May 26, 2021. Thursday, June 24th, 2021. Friday, July 23rd, 2021. Sunday, August 22nd at 7:30 PM. And Monday, September 20th, 2021 at 6:30 PM.
Motion to grant said special event permit.
Second.
Okay, and we have a motion, a second, and discussion. I do have a question. I saw email communication. I believe it was from Councilor Flynn, and I had pretty much the same question. It did show it on our information on the west side of the Big Rock, which would be in front of the surface end wall. The diagram showed where they would be, and I certainly want to support this. I just want to make sure that it's on the east side of the Big Rock, like we had discussed with other fitness companies that wanted to come in and have fitness on the beach. So just want to make sure, Sean, is that the case or?
Yes, so the drawing was submitted by the applicant, but if there's another sheet where it talks about the approval of the application, and it says additional requirements for special event permits, and under Parks and Recreation Department, organizers and participants should set up 50 yards east of the rock. So that is part of what you're approving this evening.
Okay. And everybody's good with 50 yards east of the rock? Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I love the new summary sheet on the additional requirements for special event permits from all the department heads. It would have been a little clearer if the recommendation acknowledged the fact that in the package, the applicant, had requested the west side of the rock, but we, the department heads, are recommending the east side of the rock. My only question would be, as this is the full moon yoga, and some of the events are not starting till 7:30. I don't know how long these classes are. 75 minutes. So that's putting them at about 9 o'clock. It's going to be dark. And so these people have to traverse the rock unless they go through the path that goes to the street. Is that true? I just wanted to kind of picture logistics there.
Okay, Terry, I don't know if this will help you or not, but the applicant does have their hand up, and we'll bring that person in to answer some questions, okay?
Thank you.
Karen Clancy. That looks like me.
This is,
Just kidding.
this is Gregory Angel of 244 Purgatory Road in Middletown. I'm the director and founder of Newport Yogis. It is Yogis. It's not misspelt. We've
Okay.
done these events in the past on both east and west sides of the rocks, and certainly happy to stay on the east side if that's your recommendation. When we've done these events on the east side, we use the path, so they don't have to traverse the rocks, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Does anybody have any further questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate the clarification. So we have a motion to second to grant said special event permit. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, number 18 for application for special event permit from Ocean State Artisans for Ocean State Artisans Summer Fair to be held on Saturday, June 26, 2021, from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Linden Park.
Motion to grant said special event permit.
Second,
Motion and a second to grant said special event permit. Discussion. Sean, is this a first for this out there? It is. Okay. I just want to make sure that the residents, I know in the past when there's been some activity in that area, there's been some pushback. I know it's only one day. I get it. So I'm personally okay with it, but I just want to make sure that that's brought to light. Mrs. Santos.
thank you, sir. I do have a question. Has the neighborhood been notified that this is going to go on?
No,
No. Should they be?
we have no provision in our ordinance to notify residents of activities in the parks.
As our president stated in the past, the neighborhood gets uptight when something is going on in Linden Park and they are not notified.
I think in the past, you're right. I think in the past, it's been more when there was talk of potential pickleball going up there. That type of consistent, long-term activity, there was some pushback.
But this is only one day.
This is 7 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, one day,
all right.
10 to 5. Okay. Okay. Karen, you bring the applicant in, please. And if you can hear us, please state your name and address for the record.
Unmute. Hi, Beth Jagier, 12 Westview Road in Middletown, Rhode Island.
Excellent. Welcome, Beth.
Hi.
Does anybody have any questions of Beth? The only thing that was raised, Beth, we raised a concern in the past, when there's any type of activity there was some pushback from the residents. But it was more longer term type of activities. This is just one day. I certainly don't see an issue with it. And just if you want to just explain kind of what you're going to do.
Well, we have been a nonprofit association for about 36 years. We have normally been on the other side of the bay, and I was given the presidency during COVID, and we've decided to do a spring show. And I said, well, we're going to go to the island. And I just want to show off my town because I think it's beautiful. And Linden Park, I think, would be a perfect place. My concern was also the neighbors when we were looking at it. So I am aware of that. And I had intentions on talking to you guys, asking if it was something that you thought that we needed to do. My attraction to Linden Park was that it had a light so that we wouldn't be interfering with the traffic on West Main Road. I live off of West Main Road, so I'm well aware of how the traffic can be. We are trying to start something and hoping that we can continue to do this every year because we do like to give back, which is what we're all about. We usually give back to the nonprofits in the area that we are holding our show in. So my intention was to approach the Potter League and Lucy's Hearth. And we have a bunch of different activities that we would like to do, possibly getting the small business people involved also to bring everybody back from COVID, basically.
Okay. Councilor Logan has a question.
So just real fast, and I apologize for not knowing the layout of Linden Park, but you're going to have a lot of artisans there and hopefully it's a smashing success and there's a lot of people that show up. Parking might be an issue. Is there a contingency plan for parking? I know there's not a ton of spaces up there. I just don't know where overflow parking is. I'm sure IHOP's not going to appreciate it. I don't think the Newport Creamery would appreciate it either. So we're going to have to talk about parking real fast.
My intent is this. I talked to Will and he told me that I had to keep in mind that that is a park that the neighborhood visits. My intention is to have parking on the grassland in back of the playground so that the cars are parked on the grass. We're set up on the lower part of the park, and the parking lot that has the playground parking, only handicapped people would be using that in a specific space. Again, our intent is not to infringe on anybody using that park.
No, thank you for that. I just didn't see it in the setup, the drawing that you had included in the packet. So I appreciate
I
it.
thought I needed to show you how the tents would be set up. So when you're looking at it, there's a slightly lower area where the tents would be set up. A little bit of a rise is a big green grassy area. And again, I was going to approach the high school to see if any seniors needed to have any type of, I forget what they call it.
Community service.
Correct. And they could help us direct the cars to where to park.
Okay, I just have a question. I'm looking at, looked at the application and expected number of people attending. It says approximately 1,000.
Well,
I mean, that's a lot of cars. I know it's not all at once. It's
right.
over the course of 7 hours. I get that part of it. just want to make sure to follow up on Council Logan's question about the parking. We certainly don't want people parking in the neighborhoods and walking over. That's not the purpose of this. I certainly wouldn't support it if that was the case, even though your intentions are good. I just want to make sure that, we've done it across the bay, you said. Maybe there's larger parking lots. I'm not sure. Just a little
Well-
nervous about it.
This is the first time that we've done a summer show. We are noted for our holiday show at CCRI in Warwick. So to give you a accurate count of how many people would show is kind of hard to do.
Okay.
We know that the traffic may not be as great as we think it was, but I didn't want to lowball it and then we have 1,000 people show up and everybody's upset. That's not my intent. My intent is try to be as straightforward as I can. But again, I can't tell you exactly how many people will show, but I do know that I will keep an eye on that to make sure that we are abiding by everything that you want us to do.
Okay, I just want to make sure again that, I understand that you can't nail down or give us an exact number and we don't expect that, but you got to plan for X amount of spaces and we may make sure we have that. Okay, Council Waltz has a question.
It's more of a comment. I thought maybe an idea to address this ahead of time so it didn't get out of control with possibly Will could meet you up there and you guys could mutually agree on how much area is reasonable to use for parking, and then you're just going to have to cut it off to allow everybody to get in and out safely and not overwhelm the park. Maybe that would be a little pre-plan and see how it goes from there.
Well, I do know that I talked to Will and we had intentions on walking through the whole park, but I wanted to wait until we got accepted so that I wasn't wasting Will's time.
Okay. Any council have any further questions or concerns of this application?
Mr.
Council
President?
Flynn. Council
Thank
Flynn.
you. Thank you, Mr. President. I was just curious about and hi, Beth, and
Hi.
I'm excited to give this a try here. I think I see in the additional requirements that town staff will work with the organizer to maximize artist parking and visitor parking. I guess my question is really about the restrooms and how those will be monitored. And if I didn't read the fine print, my apologies, but I think it's a good thing. How many will you have and how will they be monitored?
Well, when we went, I did a walkthrough about 3 weeks ago, and I know that you have a porta-john there. We were going to add another one that was handicap accessible.
Well, I'm not sure that porta-john is for general use. I think you might have to supply your own. I'm not familiar with the layout either.
Okay,
But if you're going to provide two, I think that those have to be provided 100% by you. I don't think that we provide them. Do we have a porta-john there for general use?
We do.
Yes.
Oh, well, is that going to be part of the event then? Is the question.
I mean,
that
I
was
would,
one of,
I wouldn't think, Beth, that the town is going to provide a porta-john for your event. That's just my opinion. I mean, I don't know
okay,
how the rest of the group feels about that. If we set that precedent,
Yeah.
going forward, we could have an issue on our hands.
It's in the park.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use it.
I know. But- Okay.
could I
Oh.
ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
I need to ask the question is, does the council feel that we need to have police present?
Well, I think that's part of the application process, Wendy, right?
Yeah. I can't hear Wendy.
We have the information on page 2 of the application.
The police side.
Police department told us they didn't need it.
Okay. So to answer the question, Beth, part of the application process, that once you apply and you state what your event's going to be and how many people, and, you know, it goes through different departments, and the town clerk contacts or sends emails, and the deputy clerk to the police and fire asking, or public works, you know, here's the event. Do we need a police presence, fire presence, DPW, any type of cleanup, stuff like that. So they're saying no. The response was no.
Right.
So the answer is no.
Okay.
Okay. We'll just have to see how it goes this year, but I would certainly try and nail down the parking the best I could.
I will work on that. Do you want me, who do I need to get in touch with when we have a plan? Is that something that you would like to see?
I think as long as you work it out with Will, like Sean, I guess that would be the best thing to do. Work it out with Will, and he's very good at those types of things. So I think you'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
And it's nice that you want to have that event in your own town. I think that's great.
Thanks.
Okay. So we have a motion, a second, to grant. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you very much, Beth, for clarification. Number 19, application for special event permit for Middletown High School PTG, Camille Guerin and Krista Robinson for MHS Senior Class 2021 Beach Bonfire Social with food trucks to be held at Satchers Beach on Thursday, June 10th, 2021, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Applicants respectfully request all fees be waived.
Motion to grant said special event permit and waive all fees.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? I have one question, Sean. When I was reading this and I look at the total number of hours with the total detail dollars, I'm gonna support it, obviously, but it's like $1,056 or something in detail fees, and I mean, I'm okay with doing that, I guess, but I guess I didn't realize it would be that much, and we waive an awful lot of fees. And again, I'm certainly in favor of waiving this fee. I think it's a great event, and I think the kids need to get out and have a good time. But at the same time, it's a lot of money and the fees to be waived. So who ends up paying? Where does that money come from to pay for those details, Sean?
It will come from the general fund.
It'll come from the general fund? Okay.
So, the only thing I would add, and this is similar to the money you appropriated at the last meeting, I think parents are challenged right now
Yeah,
in raising money.
I
for these
agree.
Events, it's a tough year for fundraising. So I
Very
think we wanna
difficult, yeah.
Support the kids and their desire to celebrate their graduation.
Yeah.
And I know you do too, so.
Yep, no problem. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Good luck and have fun. Okay. Number 20, application of Sonesta International Hotels Corporation, Sonesta Select Newport, Middletown, 9 Commerce Drive, for mechanical amusement device license for the 2021-2022 licensing year. This is new. It includes 3 games.
Motion to grant said license.
second,
Have a motion, a second, to grant. Any discussion? Anybody want to talk about these devices? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, other communication continued from the April 19th and May 3rd, 2021 council requested additional information, memorandum of superintendent in reference to Gaudet School track.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
second,
Okay, we have a motion and a second to receive. Discussion.
Mr. President, so having sat down with the finance director, we're recommending that the renovation of the track be approved. The total cost is $494,460. The funding source that we're recommending is that we reduce the amount of committed fund balance that's been set aside for the West Main Road Connington project and use those funds to pay for the project. That would allow us to avoid issuing any debt to pay for the project, which I think is what the finance director discussed at the last meeting. So it would be basically a pay-as-you-go financing avenue. The school department provided you an updated quote and clarified it that this is actually an operation where they'll mill the rubber topping off of the existing track and then replace it after the concrete base is repaired. In the quote that the vendor provided you, they do address the council's desire to explore or at least ask about what it would cost to replace the track entirely. That has an additional cost of about $200,000. I don't have it right in front of me, but there is that additional cost. But they are also made the suggestion that it's not necessary at this time. That following this particular protocol would in fact repair the track and put it in service for time to come. I did go out, walk the track with the town engineer. I know another issue the council had was about drainage, and I think the thing to remember is once the track is the surface of the track is replaced and pitched correctly, the entire field itself is in fact a drainage structure. Underneath the carpeted field is gravel. The water goes through a drainage system and eventually drains out towards the wetland that is west of the drive-in. So there's not additional drainage that needs to be installed. It really is a matter of having the track resurfaced and having it pitched so that the water goes where it should. So again, it is a recommendation to do the renovation as proposed. It would run concurrent with the replacement of the field itself. And basically that facility would be out of service for a period of time this summer, but would be put back in service, and it would be back, at a level of high performance, not only for the school department, but for the community also.
Okay. Vice President.
Thank you, Sean. I have two questions. I know the price is coming from a company that, deals with the National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, so we're getting a good deal that way. However, does that mean that it doesn't make any sense to try to get a bid from anybody else because they're going to come in at the same number if they're all part of the same group?
So I think they're all going to have a product or, some sort of, they're going to all have a proprietary something, if that makes sense. So I think I think you could go out for another bid. I think they'll all be pretty competitive. I can't imagine there's a lot of companies that make this blue latex surface. And generally the town's experience is that for this type of thing, you'll have a limited number of people providing the resurfacing material. There'll be large territories, and yeah, it sort of gets subcontracted, and you're there's not like it's not like a road where you have a lot of asphalt vendors that, you're putting that proprietary product on top and paying subcontractors to install your product for you. So my gut tells me there wouldn't be a savings going around the national contract. It doesn't say that we shouldn't do it. I just don't see a large savings. And I think my other concern would just be at this point, the timing, trying to get a contract in place, letting the vendor get the materials that are necessary in order to install the track for the summer. Because we're really going to want the track and the carpet, that makes up the field to go in at the same time and have those groups coordinate so that we minimize the amount of time that the facility is not in service. So.
Okay, thank you. I understand that, but my second question is exactly what you just spoke about, was the timing of the two projects. So I'm trying to understand, other than a time constraint on the track being closed, from the construction standpoint, the guys that are resurfacing the turf field and regrading the gravel and all the rest of it, are on the inside and the guys doing the track are on the outside. So they're going to be stepping on each other to some degree. Logically, it makes sense to me to do the turf field first
Yeah.
and not touch it, and then do the track around the outside. Now, maybe that doesn't make sense, and I'm just wondering if you knew a reason why.
I don't. I believe Rosemarie's on the call. She would have a better idea on the sequencing.
Yeah.
I think the other part, we're coordinating this with Salve. So you know what I mean? So there's a number of parties here, but Rosemarie might have some more insight into
So.
the
so-
timing of the project.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Tom. I was thinking the same thing logically. You know, the inside, the idea was that they were going to be going over the track to be able to get that done.
Exactly. So if you
So-
do the track section,
So the inside you would think would be done first and the outside would be done second once the inside's complete. One of my questions was two things. One of them two things you brought up was what's the rush? And should we get another bid? I don't know how many companies are out there that do this, but if we're going to spend $500,000 of money, not to go out the bid is kind of not right, almost, you know? I know there's a,
I just want to say there's nothing wrong with using a master price agreement.
no, I understand
But
that.
I just, when you say it's not right, I just don't want it,
No,
it's not right because it's illegal or inappropriate.
Oh, no,
I just wanna be-
no. I'm glad you cleared that up for me. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that there's any impropriety or anything done wrong. It's just when you're throwing out that kind of money, you know, if I'm going to throw out $500,000 to improve my property, I'm going to get different bids. I don't care what kind of contractor it is. I'll find somebody, hopefully, or maybe there's not. Maybe I don't know enough about it, but I think that's important, number one. And number two is I'm looking long-term down the road as far as the turf field. What is the contract with Salve for the turf field? And is this the last time that they're going to do it? Who's responsible for it after that? Because if that's the case, there needs to be planning in place now for future replacement down the road. I know it was negotiated initially for the initial one and then the replacement, but what's the longevity of that contract and what happens after this one needs to be replaced? So, Mrs. Kreger, name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Rosemary Krager, Superintendent of Schools. So to answer the Salve question, there is an agreement to replace the turf field one time. We need to look at, we're making some substantive changes to the use of what's Salve's use of the field, because initially it was for their football. Now they're down at Topa Field in Newport, so they use it for men's and women's lacrosse and field hockey. We are, as I said, renegotiating. We know that we have this in our pocket, so to speak, with the turf field being replaced by Salve. It will last, as this one did, 10, 11 years, as would the track. The track, to answer some of the questions or concerns about the track, this company had worked with Salve when we put in the turf field, and they know how to work well with each other and not get in each other's way. I think if we delay the track and not do it in conjunction with the turf field, we will be shut down even longer, because there'll be some lead time getting the materials, then lead time for the workers to lay the new track. So we could be shut down even longer than we'd like to be shut down with the track. What was some of the other questions? Oh, going out to bid, using the master bid list. We're very comfortable with the master bid list. I think if we did go out to bid, or the town went out for bid, you would see numbers come in approximately in the same ballpark. Again, we've worked with Cape and Island. In the past, they have worked with Salve in conjunction with that.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of Superintendent Krieger? Council Flynn?
I don't have questions, but I have comments.
Okay.
And, on the 3rd, when the council last met at their regular meeting, the discussion thread was to have other vendors take a look at it because this is hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars. I sent some vendor phone numbers that some residents had sent to me, to the school department, school committee. And, honestly, Paul, I empathize with what you said. When I'm making a personal home investment, you call your favorite plumber, you get an assessment of what's there and what they think the best thing to do is. It's not always just the money, it's what to do. Different professionals will look at it differently and may have some experience to see something that another professional won't see, that will make it last longer or prevent a problem that maybe somebody else didn't notice. You call your favorite, you call 2 others. If you're good with the assessments, hopefully 2 out of 3 of them agree. You can make a justified decision, I guess. And if your favorite plumber isn't happy about you calling 2 others, it's time to get a new plumber. It's just a boatload of money that I would feel better if it were justified with an additional diverse data from additional sources. And that's what we talked about a couple of weeks ago.
So
Okay.
this is the same company that in a later motion you'll be making for the tennis courts. So they are a well-vetted company. Again, they are on the net, and I understand your concerns.
Yeah,
They are on the bid list. So they were vetted through the state bid list, which looks at prices, looks at the company for reliability and so forth.
I appreciate that, Mrs. Krieger. You understand that I'm not questioning the company. I'm questioning the data points to justify a decision for this kind of money.
Understand.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other councils have any? Mrs. Santos?
I'd just like to make a statement. The tennis court, there is an underground water line going underneath those tennis courts. I don't care what kind of money we spend, what the company is, you're never going to get rid of that underground water source. It comes from the Wicks Farm, which was part of the John Clark Fund. It runs all the way down and you'll never get rid of it.
Okay. Thank you. So what's the pleasure of the council? I mean, I personally, just me, I want to see another bid. This is a lot of money and what's the rush? I mean, I get it, the track, I walked the track, there's some spider cracks, there's somebody put a piece of equipment on it that made a permanent mark that needs to be repaired. It's a small area, I saw that. I get the timing of it, but I also think we need to do due diligence and make sure that, I get the master bid price. There's nothing wrong with that, Sean. I want to make sure that's clear. As you brought to my attention, is that wasn't my intention to say that, but it certainly to do the right thing is I would do it myself with my own property. It keeps people in check and it's competitive, and that's why you have a process like that. So I don't think we should not that there's anything wrong with it. I don't think we should get too complacent with a massive bid price on things we do. I think we need to explore other avenues. If this is not an emergency, then, there's certain rules that Sean's governed by. He can make decisions without the council for a certain dollar amount. So that's not in this particular purview. So personally, I'd like to see it go out to bid and see what comes back. And maybe we get nobody else. Sure. Teresa Spangler?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Teresa. Good evening.
Good evening. Teresa Spangler, 1111 Wapping Road, and Chair of the School Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I certainly understand where you're coming from. I just want to reiterate that the timing of this is critical. If we do not have the facility ready for fall sports, then we're going to impact our students, and we're going to impact the fall sports, which is soccer and football. So and cross country. I mean, we just need to look into that as well, and be able to understand that we do not want to impact that. This company is doing the tennis courts, which is also very important. That's a fall sport as well. So I understand where you're coming from, and I absolutely respect that. I agree with multiple bids are important, but this is a reputable company. It's a company who has given us the work in the past. They're working with Solvay, which is saving us a tremendous amount of money. So please remember that, because they already put down the $1 million once, and now they're going to resurface that field again. So we're saving over $1 million as a community, and we have full use of that field for our Pop Warner, our sports teams for the high school, and for their use as well. So that those fields, that field and that track is not just for our students. It's used for our community. People depend on that track for exercise and safety, because it's a safe place for them to walk and get exercise. So I really think time is of the essence, as well as the importance of what you're requesting. But because these folks are on the bid list through the state, which is something that we are obligated to work with, we've complied with that. So I would like you to reconsider your request, because if we go out to bid and we start looking at other people and we end up with the same people, we could lose 2 or 3 months of time. And then we will never be ready for September activities. So just some food for thought in that area, with all due respect.
Okay. Thank you for those thoughts, Teresa. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You got it. Counselor Welch.
Thank you. So, thanks, Teresa. To that, I say the timing is difficult for us to make a decision and have some leeway here, because summer is upon us, and now we need to make a decision now. So one potential way to go about it is to, you could do the track next summer, because I walked it too. I walked myself, I went all the way around to make a look at it. And the inside lane has wear, as would be understandable, but it wasn't as if there were potholes that I would be afraid someone was going to twist their ankle. So I think it's still serviceable, but needs repair. And if it had to wait till next year, that would give us time to go out for a bid. And if it turns out that the company that you're suggesting and that has worked here before has the best bid, well, then we know, but there's only one way to find out.
And I agree with that, Vice President Welch. I certainly understand where you're coming from, but do understand that if we wait till next summer, we still have, that puts another track season of our students on that track, because track is in the spring. And if there's any dangerous areas on that track, we could have a potential liability in our hands as a town, waiting till next summer.
I'm just saying that, as far as students go, I'm not a safety expert, but I did walk it myself, and I didn't see that there was a immediate problem. And as far as the public goes, walking the track and it would inconvenience them, they can walk around the outside until it's done.
Yeah. Okay. So Sean, I have a question. So as the conversation evolved, I was thinking that if we go out to bid and the bids come in, and the company that we currently, the company that's currently is being recommended comes in at the low bid, and they come in lowest, but they're still higher than what the master price is, what bid do we go by? The bid that went out, not the master price bid, correct?
You would have to reject. I think
You have to reject all the bids.
you'd have to reject all the bids and then go back and see whether or not they would provide you a price again. I think, two things that you have to add to this conversation. So one is from a means and methods standpoint, are you better off doing the project as a single project? I understand you could put it off for a year, but as you bring the track together with the field and they come together there are joints that come together. I believe that the project will be more successful if you have the two vendors working out there together. The second thing that we need to recognize is that materials are getting more expensive right now. Just even most recently, the example is the small plastic pellets that we use to make garbage bags. We've received a notice that those are going up in price. I would imagine that it would be no different for the small rubber pellets that we would use for this project. So when we go out to bid, I think it's likely that we would see increased prices as those materials continue to climb in cost. And again, by not having the coordinated effort from a means and methods standpoint of having both vendors there at the same time, I think we would see an increase in cost, just even from the standpoint that the track vendor is going to have to take more precautions to protect the field that's already there. That's going to make a difference. So those are just two of my comments. As far as the bids, I think if there's no guarantee that you would get another price from the master price agreement, you have a proposal from them dated May 10th. That's consistent with the master price agreement. If we go out to bid and we reject all of the bids, then we would have to go back and see if they'll provide us an updated quote. Again, it's just, I think the timing of this is unfortunate because we need to make a decision. And whatever decision we make will have pluses and minuses to it. And I think in the town's best interest and I know this goes against what a lot of what's being discussed tonight. I think having the track and the field addressed at the same time makes sense. And I think using the master price agreement right now with a vendor that we've dealt with in the past, a vendor that's worked on the track, a vendor who didn't say that we need to replace the whole track. I mean, basically gave us a recommendation. You don't need to spend the extra $200,000. I think there is some evidence that they're looking out for the town. I mean, they're always going to look out for themselves, and I think the last risk is just escalating costs related to materials, and whether it's the rubber materials or any building material right now, whether it's inflation in the marketplace, it's real. It's going to impact the cost the longer that we continue to look for a better price. So to answer your question, Mr. President, I don't know which price would prevail because I don't know what we would get back for bids. And I have no guarantee that Cape and Track would come back with a new proposal if we rejected all of those bids.
Okay. Council Logan.
So thank you, Sean, for those observations. You are correct. The price of materials are going up. As I'm going through construction projects right now, I'm feeling that pain every time we need to buy another 2x4. So I can only imagine what it's
$6, almost $7 a regular and $10 a pressure.
crazy.
It's
Absolutely
unbelievable.
So this isn't about whether we're going to replace the track now or not. This is more about, let's talk 10 years down the road. And the council that's going to be sitting here is going to be faced with the same question again about replacing the track. It's going to happen. What are the provisions or what are we doing now to prepare for that next decision so we're not faced with a decision in real time like we are right now?
It's a planning problem. There's two parts. One is planning, is having a plan to replace it. The second is a commitment from the elected officials to fund it. If you go to the capital improvement program, the track is in there. It's a listed project with no funding source. We've never discussed it. And to be fair, so that's a dig at the council, a dig at me. But the other part of that is the school committee and the superintendent. And I've said this to Rosemarie, and I just, again, under the no gossip doctrine, whatever I say, I'll say out loud to everybody. It's unreasonable for the school committee to submit a project and then have this unrealistic expectation that it's somehow going to magically get funded out of the operating dollars. I mean, I think there's failures on both ends of this. This is something that should have been in a building plan that the school committee is working on. It's delayed because of COVID, but there's, if we're looking for what broke down, there's a breakdown on both sides. It's coming back. I think, having the integrated facilities department. We have I'm going to forget what the name of it is. We did a review of all the facilities, both town and school. Some work was done there, but without an integrated approach and without a realistic look on what it costs to maintain all of these facilities, you end up with these emergencies that we have to address. So again, I point at everybody. We all have a role in this. And I think it is something that can get fixed in the next 10 years as we look at combining, the efforts from a facility standpoint, doing a better job at identifying where work is necessary. I'm hopeful that the committee that the school department currently has for buildings, that, these are the type of things that get on there. And I guess we all need to do a little better job at looking at, how close we are to where these systems are failing and have to be addressed. But it's a combination of the two things.
And I appreciate that. And it's not a jab. It's just food for thought, because the next ask isn't going to be $1.3 million to replace the field and the track, because Salve's most likely not going to replace that field for us again. It's going to be close to $2 million in 10 years, probably more. So I appreciate the openness, Sean, and I just think that these are the type of things that we have to start thinking about right now, because they're going to creep in again when nobody's expecting it. And all that's going to do is impact the residents and the taxpayers.
Yes. Council Waltz?
Yes, thank you, Sean. Could you just explain to me again where you propose the funding to come from?
So a number of years ago, Mark's not here to save me. We made a reservation. So there was some fund balance. It's probably back in the 2006 or 7 timeframe. And at the time when we were looking at redevelopment of West Main Road, Coddington, and also of the Green Lane Park property, we set aside in excess of $1 million to help us fund those improvements that may be necessary on those properties so that the public could access them, or they could be used for, in the case of West Main Road, Coddington, is make them pad ready so that we could develop them, or to make improvements to the Green Lane area as a park along the west side of the island. What we're proposing is that the council reduce the commitment of fund balance by the $500,000 roughly, which would still leave about $1 million there for those improvements. But we would make this improvement with that difference. So it's a reservation. So if you think of fund balance, if I issue a purchase order or you issue a contract as a council, that is a commitment by the town to spend money within this fiscal year. But if I don't have a contract or a purchase order, I actually have to go to the council and ask for a resolution to set aside those monies. I, as a town administrator, can't say, oh, here's $50. I'm going to use it to buy a notepad 10 years from now. You have to actually pass a reservation of fund balance as a resolution that ends up on the fund balance. And that's what happened a number of years ago for those projects. I think now that we understand those projects a little clearer. So Green Lane Park is actually going to probably come to the town in November of 2021, this fall. But we also know, because we've been working with Senator DePalma and Director Coit at DEM, the state already has money in their capital improvement plan to build a park and build a pier on that property. We're not going to have to fund all of that work. And actually, the train operator has discussed possibly wanting to put a rail station there, which would help offset the maintenance costs. So, and then West Main Road, Coddington, we're either looking at the RFI or some other public, whatever it's going to be. But we're not looking at having to use tax dollars to make those improvements. So what I'm suggesting is that we lower that amount some. We will still have the money to make improvements at those 2 locations with our partners. We'd also be able to do the improvements to the track, which again benefits the school department and the community.
Thank you for that. So,
That's just what you were looking for, correct?
Yeah,
yeah, that was good. I didn't see that coming. So I guess where I stand now is
Yeah.
that with a funding source that sounds like magic money to me, and taking advantage of the fact that we can do both at once and it coincide, with Salve redoing the field. I guess I can be on board, but to Chris's point, I don't want to get jammed up like this again, trying to make the decision in the 11th hour. That is, I don't like it. So,
Okay, so
good.
Any further discussion?
Paul?
Who does? Teresa?
Hi, thank you for letting me talk again. I just wanted to comment, I've been on the school committee for 18 years, and when this track and field came up with Salve over 10 years ago, it was clearly discussed that the municipality would be responsible for the track again, and that Salve was going to replace the field when the time was up. So this has been discussed. I just want to make sure the new council members understand this is not something that's brand new. We talked about this when Salve put the initial $1 million into that field. This was discussed of the lifespan of the property, of how long it was going to last, and what the obligations and responsibilities was going to be later on. Were specifics done at the time? I can tell you, I can't recall that. I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning, never what when it comes to certain things. But I do recall very clearly that the community would, the town would be responsible for the track this time. And then obviously in 10 years from now, we would be responsible for the whole track and field. So I certainly understand where you all are coming from, but we did know about this 11 years ago, and it has lived its life. It's not like we're doing something that is premature to its lifespan. So again, and this is not just a school thing, it is a community investment. That property supports so many community members of all ages, from, peewee football players to our senior citizens who walk it. So I just want to mention that that's just where I'm coming from on that. We did know about this. We did know it was coming. It just crept up, and now we have 10 more years to plan for the next process. So we are getting the lag time, which is great. And we just need to be proactive instead of reactive.
Okay. Thank
Mr.
you,
President?
Teresa. Yes, Mrs. Flynn.
So I'd just like to respond. And, Mr. Brown did acknowledge that there was a planning issue. I think that was clearly acknowledged. And it doesn't change the fact that tonight, no new information has been provided per the previous discussion of the council at the last meeting. I would like to make a motion that we go to bid for the work that Salve is not going to do. And we plan to do it next year when we have some data points to justify that decision of that amount of expenditure.
Okay. Anybody want to second that motion? Okay. There's no second on that motion, but thank you.
That's fine. I'm nothing has changed as far as I can see.
Okay. Thank you, Terry.
Certainly.
Okay. So what's changed for me is I had my mind predetermined tonight that, in my mind, I'm one vote. Doesn't matter whether you're president or not, you're one vote. That, the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we're going to spend here, $404,000, because 90,000 is coming from the cell tower, money from the school, right? So, my mind wasn't completely made up, but it was certainly leaning heavily in that direction of, this thing needs to go out to bid. And even just 15 minutes ago, I was still leaning that way. However, given the fact that two things: one, the funding source, and two, which is different because, Terry, that is different from the last time, because it was going to come out of the general fund, not the general fund, the open space bond, Sean, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, so that time it was gonna cost, it was gonna be generate some taxpayer dollars there, so now
But
it's not,
It's
now
still
it's,
our,
let me
okay.
just finish,
Yeah.
let me just finish, please.
Yeah.
And that, thank you. And the other thing is that, the point that Chris brought up, and I actually just got a text message from a resident saying, hey, you guys are nuts. It's gonna cost another $50,000 to $100,000 next year. So I don't know much about tracks, but I do know that the price of materials is skyrocketing, and I did not consider that coming into tonight. So having said that, with the timing of it, I think I've certainly been swayed here and convinced that it would make sense to move forward with it. And I would like to make sure, as part of the motion to move forward with this, if we can amend that motion to make sure that we have a plan and a budget in place going forward for the replacement of that track, whether, it doesn't matter whether it's school or town, to me, it's all tax dollars. It's all Middletown tax dollars. Which sometimes we can't point fingers at who's going to pay for it. I get it. And maybe by then we'll have the facilities and finance piece worked out where it would be much more seamless.
Just before you make that motion, I would encourage the superintendent to negotiate, as she mentioned,
Okay.
replacement of that field at Salve's cost if possible. So
Okay.
just before you
Yes.
commit to. paying
Listen,
for
we
it.
can plan for improvements.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. Oh, God, Mrs. Flynn.
Yes, Mr. President, I wanted to respond that, just because you have a funding source for something and you can pay for it, doesn't make it the right decision. I guess that's where my discomfort lies.
Okay.
Without, and your resident, whoever that was, you'd have to prove it to me for me to be able to base a different decision. And I just don't have it tonight.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, so we have a motion, a second, to receive the memorandum. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Number 23, resolution of the council in reference to renovation of Gaudet running track.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Nope, we're on the next one.
Motion,
Oh, sorry. Tom, you're absolutely right. I was reading 23. My apologies. Number 22, memorandum of town administrator in reference to renovation of Gaudet running track.
motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, number 23, motion, resolution of the council in reference to renovation of Gaudet running track.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second?
We have a motion, and a second. Any further discussion? From a timing perspective, when would this be complete? I just want to make sure there's a date, a rough date.
This is the track, and
This is the track.
Rosemary needs to answer that.
Rosemary?
I'll have to call the company tomorrow if this is voted upon. They know
Okay.
they are working in stages with Solvay. They knew if this was approved tonight, they would work with Solvay to get the project completed in time for our fall sports and, stage it with Solvay.
Okay. I just want to make sure we just had a long discussion about, being prepared and making sure it doesn't delay our fall sports and, some other information for me in my mind came in to change my mind. I just want to make sure that, worst thing can happen is we do this and we're not ready for fall sports. So,
It should be done by mid-August. When I look back on my notes, mid-August, if we can let them know tomorrow.
I'm going to trust you will push as
Oh,
hard
boy.
as you can to ensure that gets
Those are
complete.
the target dates, unless they run into any issues.
There will not be any snow days for sure.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll go on
We have a
distance
motion.
learning anyway.
We have a motion, and a second, to pass that resolution. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm a no. No.
Okay. Thank you, Terry. I
I
got
just
the-
want to thank the town council for this.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good discussion, guys. Number 24, memorandum of town administrator in reference to repair of Gaudet tennis and basketball courts.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second,
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Brown.
We went out and looked at the tennis courts. This is something that's gone on since last year. There's a large crack that runs down the tennis courts and the basketball courts. There's a second crack that's on the tennis courts. And what I've provided you as a cost to replace just the tennis courts, which is coming in at roughly about $500,000. But what we're recommending after reviewing it with the town engineer is that we actually repair the courts. So it's a repair of the crack that exists in the tennis courts and basketball court. And then it would be to resurface the tennis courts and then to resurface the basketball courts and actually add an extra layer of cover to the basketball courts, just because if there's an area there where there's sort of multi-use, it's the basketball courts. There are kids with tricycles and things like that that are on that surface. The total cost for the repairs would be $98,000, $97,625. That would also be work done by Cape Island Tennis and Track. Again, they're historically who we've used on courts throughout the town. And myself and the finance director are proposing that we use money from the PPV Special Revenue Fund to fund the project. This project, along with the one that you just completed, really rounds out the work that's necessary to bring the Gaudet School Complex back up to a high level of condition and usability. Essentially, we'd be in a position where the track, the field, we did the baseball field last year, which is just a tremendous improvement. And I would be hopeful in the fall that we would be opening up the lacrosse field. So come this fall, it will be a very different facility overall. Part of this $97,000, and I just want to make this point, part of it is regular maintenance. We would have needed to resurface the courts anyway. The surface that was there is at a point where it would have to be resurfaced, but there is an incremental cost associated with those crack repairs, which come with a 2-year warranty. And I think now that the town is aware that that's an issue, that's something we would just continue to inspect annually and repair as we need to. So I would recommend awarding the contract to Cape and Island Tennis and Track.
Okay. Mrs. Santos.
thank you, sir. Mr. Brown, how many times has this tennis court been repaired?
I want to say that really last year, we approved the work to replace the post that were on the tennis courts. And before that, I think it was just when we resurfaced it. And I think at that time, I was the finance director. So it's some time ago. Again, the covering, repainting the court is part of the normal maintenance. The crack is really the repair that wasn't addressed last year. And if you look at the information from Cape and Island, again, there's one of those proprietary systems. You've really got to do all of this when the temperature is above a certain level on average. So you've got to get the purchase order in and get in their schedule so that they'll actually schedule the work when they can perform it. Otherwise, you fall outside of that specification and you have to wait another year. There's a short window to do it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Mr. President?
Mrs. Flynn.
So, Mr. Brown, I'm looking at this package, and do I understand, if I'm reading it correctly, that the tennis court repair is $60,000 and that will give us a 2-year warranty?
I believe the warranty is on the crack repair.
Just the crack repair. And yet, I believe that this is a bid for, or a comparison sheet for if the tennis courts were replaced, it would be $505,000, and that comes with a 25-year guarantee.
Correct.
Okay.
But you would also need to add in the cost for the basketball courts. So it would, figure
Well,
there's.
I think I'm doing apples to apples. It was 60,000 of the 90 for the tennis courts for that repair. And then 500,000 for the tennis court replacement. My issue is we're going to spend $60,000 with a 2-year comfort level, or we could spend $500,000. Nobody wants to, but that's a 25-year.
But I just, the one thing I'd correct, I guess, from
Yeah,
an order of
please.
magnitude standpoint, I think you have to look at the court repair of probably in the, again, $100,000 for $700,000. I think if we're gonna sort of, I just don't want to color it. I mean, still, $500,000 is a lot of money, but $700,000, which is probably the likely cost of doing both, is even more money. It's sort of moving up from that, I'm buying a Honda Civic and now I'm going to move up to, an Escalade or something. I mean, at some point, again, going from 500 to probably what's going to be 700 is going to be that much more. So,
Well, it doesn't take many years at 60,000 every couple of years, to all of a sudden be at what you could have spent for a new court. That's all I'm saying.
well, I think what you're doing is maintaining the court. I mean, so this gets back, so we're just continue to use the car analogy. Do you get rid of the car because you got to replace the tires and buy a new car, or do you replace the tires on the car? I don't, other than fixing the crack, if you took the crack out of the equation, you would still have to resurface the tennis court. You would still have to maintain it. So I just, we've had this discussion last year too. At some point, there is an opportunity to maintain infrastructure and make it last longer. And if the cost of rebuilding those courts, if it's going to be every 15 or 20 years at a cost of $700,000 versus, if you do it every 25 or 30 years, it's, over time, it is more practical. So I mean, I can hear where you're going with the argument. I just, and I know you're going to follow up with questions about, is this and this is that, but I think the recommendation to maintain what we have makes more sense. And I don't see where the town has $700,000 to rebuild courts. I think this gets back to, if we're
Planning.
going to do that, then I think it's something that needs to go back to the school committee. I think it needs to be part of the building plan and considered in sort of those broader costs that the town's looking at with the cost that the schools are, charged with developing and maintaining their facilities. But
Agreed.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion, a second to receive the memorandum. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Number 25, resolution of the council in reference to repair of Gaudet tennis and basketball courts.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second,
We have a motion and a second to pass said resolution. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I'm a
Anybody
no.
opposed?
I'm opposing.
I see that thumb.
I didn't want the delay to confuse anybody.
I understand. I see the
It's-
thumb.
It's all on process and,
Understood.
getting that planning, that needs to be done.
Understood. Number 26, communication of Michael Yates, girls varsity basketball coach, in reference to request for support for the North Kingstown Summer Basketball League.
Motion to receive said communication.
second,
We have a motion, a second to receive. Any discussion?
yes.
Mrs. Santos.
It's $450 from the council's president's discretionary fund to North Kingston High School?
No,
No.
that's what they're
Then I
gonna,
got it
that's where
wrong.
they're gonna play the
That's
games
where they're
at.
gonna play. So it's for Middletown.
It's for Middletown
All
kids,
right.
yes.
It's a
Okay,
little confusing, I'm sorry.
okay. Any further discussion? As long as that comes out of Council President Sylvia's fund. Okay. Having said that, we have a motion, a second to receive said communication. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, aye.
Motion to authorize a civic appropriation in the amount of $450 to be appropriated from the council president's discretionary fund.
Second,
Okay, motion and a second to receive, to authorize a civic appropriation in the amount of $450 to be appropriated for the council president's discretionary fund. Any further discussion?
Mr. President,
Councilor Flynn.
I'm reading $420.
the resolution says he's asking for 420. You're correct. The resolution says 450. I might have had a typo. So thank you for that clarification. Put that $30 towards those courts next year.
And start the fund.
And start the
Thank
fund.
you.
That's right. So I would like to amend that motion.
Amend the motion to read, authorize a civic appropriation in the amount of $420 to be appropriated from the council president's discretionary fund.
Second,
We have a motion and a second, amended motion in a second for $450, $420. And thank you for that catch, Council Flynn. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Mr.
Number 20
President, could I
Yes,
make a
ma'am.
motion that we take our break?
Oh, I forgot about the break. Yes, ma'am. Excellent.
I second somebody.
Yes, motion to take a 10-minute recess, and I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We just want to remember that, guys, quick 10 minutes because
Um, Okay.
Okay, what's today's date? What's today's? Today the 13th?
Today's the 17th.
Right, 17th. 17th? I don't. Glad you caught it. Okay. No, that's fine. Looked at it.
Okay, let's get started, please.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on. And you girls, ladies ready? Okay, thank you. Number 27, memorandum of David P. Martland Esquire in reference to request to release certain areas from Saltwood Farm Conservation Easement. Planning Board approval is on file.
Motion to reconvene and to receive said memorandum.
Second.
That's a twofer.
Well, we can
Okay,
vote twice.
all right. So motion to receive said memorandum, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Peter, this is kind of unusual.
It is. It's the first time I've.
I've
seen
ever
it.
seen it, yeah.
Yeah. So, and I don't know if Mr. Martland is on the line. Explain.
David, David, just your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Great. Yes, David Martland with Silva Thomas Martland in Offenburg, 1100 Aquidneck Avenue, Middletown, Rhode Island.
So, Dave, give us the reason why your client or you guys are requesting this easement.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to be brief. I know you've got a lot of other items on the docket. And thank
That
you.
would be fantastic.
So Peter Gallipo is the principal of Saltwood Farm. And he undertook a subdivision of the property. And this was the first property that was subdivided using the conservation subdivision provisions. And under those provisions, he was required to provide at least 40% open space. They've actually provided approximately 55% open space. So they've, or approximately 100,000 more square feet in the open space than would be required under the ordinance. Peter is looking to make a couple of modifications to two of the lots that would involve taking some of that open space and putting it into lot 1 and into lot 4. The total amount of land area we're talking about is just under 10,000 square feet in total. So it's 9,923 square feet that would be removed from the open space, which would drop it from roughly 360,000 square feet to 350,000 square feet. So the reason that's associated with lot 1 is because of a boundary line issue. It turns out that where they believe the boundary line was, he and the neighbor understood it to be along a stone wall, and that isn't actually the case. The property runs askew of that stone wall, so that the neighbor has actually been occupying a portion of that property located to the west of the stone wall. Peter's been occupying some of the property of the neighbor that's on the east side of the stone wall. This reconfiguration would, lot 1 would make sure that it continue to maintain the minimum lot width requirements, and also provided just a more flexibility with the building envelope located in that particular lot. The second lot, lot 4, involved a small strip around the outer edge of that, which would just allow for not having to construct potentially a retaining wall to hold material back associated with potential fill with the siting of the house, so that it could be a more gradual slope going toward the open space. So they're de minimis, fairly de minimis areas. The overall amount of open space is still well in excess of what is necessary or required. And while I do realize this is sort of an unusual request, this happened to be the first open space or conservation style subdivision, and the first time that there was an open space, I think, easement associated with a development. So the owners of the open space are still the lot owners of the subdivision. They own it collectively, but this would be a request to remove the easement from those small portions of that open space. I also have, I believe Peter Gallipo is also on the line, and I'm not sure if he wanted to add anything to my explanation.
I think it's pretty clear, at least in my opinion. One thing that's certainly always in the back of council's minds are, and I can't speak for everybody, is setting precedents. And and I originally read this, I said, okay, what's changing? Why are they changing this? Why are we going back on an easement that would, a conservation easement that was agreed upon by not only the client, but by the planning board? And then as I read on, and, the planning board actually is okay with it. You're still in excess of what's required for conservation easement. If you were going below that, I'd have a problem with it. I really don't have a problem with it. I mean, things happen, mistakes happen. I get it. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this come before a council. So I think it's reasonable. I think you're still within the meeting the conservation easement criteria. You're not asking relief from that. I think you're just asking relief from the easement of 55% down to 40% to correct the mistake an error that happened. And I'm fine with that. I don't know how other councils feel. Mr. Santos.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, can I just add one thing?
Yeah.
I just wish you would make the map a little bit bigger next time, because even with these cheaters, I still can't see it.
I'm with you. I've got a problem as well.
Okay, Mrs. Santos.
Oh, he took the words, what I was going to say. Mr. Martman, even though the planning board approved this, they may have had a better plan in front of them. This is for the birds. I don't even think the birds can read it. I'd have to have a magnifying glass. I'm going to borrow Mr. Welch's magnifying glass for the next meeting, because this is ridiculous. If you want us to approve something, give us something that we can read.
Any councils have any further? Mrs. Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Martland, is this subdivision, does it have wells or does it have town water?
The subdivision actually has town water.
Okay.
Peter brought in the water from all the way from Paradise Avenue, actually.
Okay.
And up there.
And my one concern is that the subdivision got approved as it sits in the Zone 1 watershed. And I know that when projects are done in those areas, particularly, they are really approved with great precision. There's impact statements, there's drainage calculations, there's engineering. I'm not sure that I understand that, all we heard from the planning department was, oh, well, on the surface, the square footage, for a conservation development, there's extra there, or you had more, offered more than the minimum required. Well, maybe there was a reason for that way back when this was done. And I do think that, setting the precedent, as Councilor Roderick said, is really a questionable move, because these conservation developments, we actually, they haven't always worked in our favor. We just passed an ordinance so that now applicants have to turn in not only the conservation development lot plan, but a traditional lot plan. So I'm very uncomfortable with just using the square footage as a guideline to go forward with changing what has already been approved in these sensitive areas.
Sure, understood. I understand your comments relative to the watershed protection district. But in fact, this was originally a 14-lot subdivision, which was reduced to a 12-lot subdivision to account for 2 areas where there was stissing soil. So in those areas, the lots were eliminated. So this did go from 14 down to 12 lots so that there is actually no building located in those areas identified with any of the hydric soils.
And I guess that's my point. This was approved, the measurements were made, the sizes were put together for this to meet whatever guidelines are required for that land type. So and how that goes, it's extraordinary, the engineers that have to be involved, and DEM, and, all the approvals that you have to go through. So I'm not sure that this is something that we should be looking at changing.
Well,
It doesn't sound like there's a hazardous, there's not a safety issue, there's not a hazardous issue. But go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, I was just indicating that these areas that we're talking about were outside of the watershed protection district. No building can occur within the watershed protection district without seeking a special use permit from the zoning board. So those were not granted, and so those areas are unbuildable, and they remain outside of this. Additionally, I forgot to mention that there is a limitation on the size of the homes. There's, in the subdivision, there's a cap on the square footage for the impervious surface. None of that is changing. That cap still remains in effect and does not increase relative to these two lots that are picking up some additional area. It's not based on the amount of area. So those hard caps still remain in effect for those lots. So there's no, the result of this won't end up being larger homes. It's really to correct some of these boundary issues.
And I think I understand that. And just because the homes can't change their size, what they are able to do now on their property does change. You know, it can become developable. They could put a patio on this extra land, or, you know, a driveway. It just opens it up to changing the whole scope of the understanding when it was first approved as to what would not be developed and what was being allowed to be developed for the
Sure.
conservation development.
However, the driveways and everything are all counted and taken into account in the impervious number.
Okay. Any councils have any further comments or questions of Mr. Motlin? Okay.
Motion to approve and release of certain areas from Saltwood Farm Conservation Easement.
Second,
We have a motion and a second to approve said release of certain areas from Saltwood Farm Conservation Easement. Just a question, when it says certain areas, I want to make sure those areas are defined.
Yes, and one question, and maybe Mr. Martling can correct this. Dave, I know the request was with regard to the conservation easement, but there's also a maintenance easement as well. Is that, and I believe I saw a partial release with regard to the maintenance easement. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct. We realized that, I think, after the fact when this was submitted. So the town would not certainly need to have any maintenance easement over those areas, nor the obligation related to those. So thank you for pointing that out.
So my suggestion would be just.
Peter, I'm not sure I understood what he said.
There's both, when we have these conservation developments, and once again, this was the first one to go through this process and to take advantage of that ordinance. There's a conservation easement, and there's also, which
A maintenance
the use
easement.
of those properties. There's also a maintenance easement that requires it to be maintained in a certain way as open space. So to make everything clear here, we have to release it from the conservation easement and the maintenance easement. I think what he said was they realized it was both easements after they had originally filed the request.
Maintenance easements of just that particular area, defined area.
Yes.
Okay.
And before it is signed, it will be reviewed by my office to make sure that the descriptions of the property will be attached to those easements before you
Okay.
or the town administrator sign them. So-
Yeah.
So the motion should include both the conservation and maintenance easements.
Okay. So you'd like to amend that motion, Vice President?
Yes. Motion to approve said release of certain areas from Saltwood Farm Conservation and Maintenance easements.
Excellent.
second,
Okay, we have a motion and a second amendment motion. And again, I understand some of the concerns from Council Flynn. I understand the request. I trust in the planning board's recommendation. And again, I get the precedence piece of it, but certainly they're not asking for relief below what's required. So I think it's reasonable. So having said that, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Anybody
No.
opposed?
I'm a no.
I see the thumb.
yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to the town administrative section of the docket. Number 28, memorandum of town administrator in reference to beach concession stand contract, new proposal.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
We have a motion and a second to receive. Mr. Brown.
Yes, after the last council meeting, the staff went back and met with Fire and Water Concession Incorporated. Taking your comments, we met with them a couple times, and we bring back another proposal for your consideration. They have agreed to increase the price of their proposal from the last time for 2024 and 2025 from $55,000 a year to $65,000 a year. They also heard the town's request for, or concern that this was a 5-year deal. And what we've come back with and what they've agreed to is making the 5th year mutually optional for both parties. The one thing that they did ask to add into the agreement, which allows them to sell more items, but also gives us another revenue stream, is that they would like the ability to sell clothing at the concession stand. And with that option, they would provide us a 10% royalty on the items, the clothing items that they sell. So that's the proposal that Will Cronin had worked on with them. And we reviewed that with the solicitor. But I think it's not entirely what we wanted, but I think we've met halfway. And the goal always is to get an agreement that everybody can live with or, be somewhat happy with. And I think we've achieved that. And I would ask the council to approve the contract between the town and Fire and Water Concession Incorporated as proposed.
Excellent. Any councilors have any comments, Vice President?
Thank you. I understand what you're saying, Sean, but what happened when you asked them for 3 years?
They countered.
Okay.
Primarily because of the amount of investment that they would have to make.
And I get it,
in
but
the,
so I wasn't around and I don't pretend to understand how you got $85,000 a couple of years ago, right? So they want to go out 5 years at 65. I'm assuming this, and I think they would too, assume that this summer, with the way that COVID's going, they're going to open the beach is going to be great. So I don't understand why we would want to go out 4 years, guaranteed 4 years, and a 5th year still at 25% less than the last year, which was 2 years ago. I don't understand why that's a good deal.
I think they're looking at their labor costs, the cost of what they need to put into the building. I still think there's some unknowns with COVID. I think they're trying to measure that. You're not guaranteed a good year for every year. I think looking at the value of the space, this is an exercise that the solicitor suggested I undertake, is look at what other spaces look like and what are being paid for at other beaches. And quite frankly, without investment in the beach building itself, our footprint is not the most desirable space. It may not be worth $85,000 right now, based on the facility that we provide. So
I would also point out that that 5th year is a mutual option. So if the town wants to go out to bid in that 5th year, we've got the ability to go ahead.
correct.
Both parties would have to agree for that 5th year to proceed.
I understand that. It just seems like a long time for not as much money. Just my thought.
My other experience has been, with food quality, with the higher rent. I mean, part of the problem we have, if you think about it from a business standpoint, the higher the rent, something's going to give somewhere. So, the quality of the food has been an issue for the past 5-8 years. With the former vendor that was paying more money, I think that's one of the things that we're hoping will get rectified with the fire and water concession, is the quality of the food being better than what's been served to patrons in prior years. So I think there is some give and take on the rent and what actually gets served at the location. So again, I think in the budget, I think this is something we talked about with the beach plan. We need to work on a facilities plan for the beach. And providing a concession space that represents somewhat of a modern kitchen is something that we, if we want to see those higher rents, is something that we need to work on.
Okay, Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have a sideline question. Could we get Middletown clothing to brand our town at this this clothing kiosk? I guess not. It's all Salties. Salties or nothing. Yeah,
Well, that's what we discussed in the proposal is they would be selling clothing. It could be Middletown brand clothing or that's what they do in Narragansett.
Huh.
But we would receive a 10% royalty from those sales.
I was just curious if Middletown could get a little bit of visual space. But my thought, so you just mentioned the concession building being upgraded. Is there a time frame on something like that?
No, my recommendation with the budget and with the beach for the upcoming year is to come up with a facilities plan for the entire area. During my time with the town, I've been through 4 beach building proposals, which have all moved forward and then failed at the last minute. So I think we're really at a point where we need to look at the facility as a whole, of what our plan is for the next 20 years down there, whether that's the building. We've heard discussion about preserving the beach itself, issues related to the dunes, the parking lot, issues at the boat ramp. We need some sort of comprehensive plan for the entire facility. So I don't have a specific answer about the beach building itself, but I do suggest that we look at the overall facility and set a long-term plan for ourselves on what we want to do down there.
Agreed. So it reminds me of last year when the beach concessionaire came to the council because of COVID and wanted to talk about something along the lines of profit share or some consideration. And the discussion was, well, we can go forward and allow them to get out of their contract or to have options, but we'll have $85,000 in hand at least for this year, or we can say, well, we'll go look at something else. I'm pretty sure that's how I recall it because it was a split vote. But the council, decided to say, okay, we won't have that $85 in hand, and we ended up with no concessionaires. Is that something that would be a path this time so we don't get stuck into a 4-year contract? We say, okay, maybe we don't have concessions, we don't take the lowball 55. And we go for a longer, bid process. And, because I think people will come to the beach. I think that is going to happen. And I think it's going to happen big this summer. And I think it's going to continue. So, that's just another option to consider. And then we pick it up next year and we make, something more comparable to what we were making.
Okay.
Open for discussion or thoughts, input.
Quick thought.
Yes, Council Logan.
Quick thought. Again, we're backing ourselves into the nth hour to get this vendor into that building in time so that our residents and the people that enjoy the beach can get a bite to eat while they're there. If we delay this one more time around, that's a couple weeks out. We delay it again, who knows if they'll find workers to facilitate said beach stand, right? So I know it's not optimal because of past year's contracts, but there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of variables. I think we got an additional opportunity here with the royalty on the selling of swag at the same time, which we've never had before. So that could be a good thing as well. Everything considered, I'm going to go to the beach when it opens. I'd like to try a lobster roll while I'm down there. I'd like to see it, Salty Dogs Burgers, or whatever their name is, be in that building, serving food to the people who are enjoying our beach. I just recommend we move forward with this. I think we're backed into the nth hour. We got to do something, or guess what? The stand's going to go empty again, and we won't have anything come out of there.
Okay, so I agree. We did try to go the food truck route, but we didn't get any bids. So then we went out to bid for this. And this is, we came back and we thought it was low for the 5 years. We get an additional $10,000 on the table over 2 years. It's not the 80-some thousand, but it's not zero. And we have an option to go out to bid in the fourth year. We charge 70 for residents, 65 for seniors, and 140 for non-residents. I think we need to provide some type of food. Last year, we could not do that, and we were okay with letting it go because they wanted to cut it in half. And then at the same time, I don't believe we were able to serve food anyway because of COVID. And we weren't even sure the beach was going to open anyway at that time. We didn't make a decision until June to open Second Beach. So here we are. That's how it happened. So I think we move forward. And we take the deal we have right now. That's just my opinion. I'm going to support it. And any further discussion? Mrs. Sanos.
I'm supporting this, but I have one concern. I believe, thank you, Mr. President. I believe, Mr. Brown, you said that they were going to renovate the inside of that concession stand. Am I correct?
Correct.
What happens at the end, say in 2025, they don't get the bid? What happens to that equipment? Does
They-
it stay
they-
with us?
They own the equipment.
They own the equipment.
So they'll be taking it out.
That's
That-
the
that's
capital
what's
they're
always happened.
investing.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank
Okay.
you.
Any further discussion? Okay. So we have a motion, a second to receive said memorandum. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Number 29, resolution of the council in reference to beach concession stand contract 2021 through 2024.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second?
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
I'm an
excellent.
aye.
I saw the hand
an
up, not the
aye.
thumb down. Yes. Okay, excellent. So let's move on to number 30, application of fire and water concessions, SB Incorporated as DBA Salties, 315 Satchels Point Road for eviction house license for the 2020, the 2021 licensing year. This is new.
Motion to grant said license, subject to building official, fire marshal, and board of health approvals.
Second?
We have a motion to second to approve the victualling house license based upon subject to building official, fire marshal, and board of health approvals. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Number 31, communication of Charles B. Allett, Executive Director, Quinnick Land Trust, and Sarah Churgan, District Manager, Eastern RI Conservation District, in reference to Maidford River projects.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second?
We have a motion, a second to receive. Mr. Brown.
I'm sorry, we're on 32.
31.
It's just a letter from Chuck Allett and Sarah
Just
Churgan
support.
supporting the project.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I didn't know if you wanted to get right into the whole thing.
Uh,
Okay.
I, just very quickly, and if it would help with everything, we have 2 grant applications that I have submitted. The council is aware of that, to pay for phase 2 of the stormwater project. The total cost of the project, phase 1 and phase 2, is approximately $300,000. Under one scenario, with one of the grants that we applied for, to complete all of the work, which would be 60% of it would be permitting and 60% of the design, we would get to basically having $260,000 of grant and other financing, non-tax dollars to pay for the project, and we would have a match of $40,000. Under the second grant, if we didn't receive the first grant, it would be $220,000 of grant money and $80,000 of town match. So I've submitted those grants, and what we agreed is that if the town didn't support the application when we finally got to it, that I would withdraw them. So I'm asking for your support tonight to allow the grant applications to continue and see whether or not we get the money necessary to bring those projects to a point where they can be permitted. And one of the main reasons I recommend that, I mean, part of it is we do have a flooding issue in that area. If you figure we have roughly 60 homes on Wyndham Hill, as well as down in Beagle Court and in that neighborhood. Also, the emergency exit for Whitehall is in that area, so that's another 150 units. When there's flooding in the area, you have well over 200, residents that are directly impacted by the flooding. The other issue is with flooding, the fire department can't service the Esplanade in the same way. Can't use that corridor to travel. So we have delayed rescue response through there. So flooding is probably one of the major issues that we potentially resolve. The second is trying to restore the watershed and the floodplain using by correcting the sinuosity of the river, not trying to use a concrete solution. So there's been a tremendous amount of work that's done. And with either that $40,000 or $80,000 grant, we can get it to a point where, again, design is at 60% and permitting is complete. And I think probably the third piece and why I really suggest supporting the two grant applications is that with that design, there's a tremendous amount of infrastructure money that's out in play right now from the federal government at the state level. And if there was ever a time where raising the road, fixing the river, building capacity for flooding was ever going to get funded, it's now. And having a shovel-ready project would put us in the queue for it. If we don't do the planning, we'll just never see a solution down there. And we've all heard it's quite a bit of money to manage the water that goes there, to replace the culverts, to raise the road. This is one of those projects that fits into the infrastructure revenue streams that are sort of out there right now. It's green infrastructure. It's not a UV light system or something like that. And I think it is a good candidate to get some of that federal money that's floating around, whether that's through a program or through an earmark from the federal delegation. So in the end, my request tonight is for you to allow the grant applications to continue forward. And again, there'll be other opportunities to make decisions down the line, but I think it would be premature to not pursue this right now.
Just to be clear, this doesn't tie the town to anything besides allowing the grant applications to proceed.
Correct.
Okay. Is any further discussion on this? Okay, so we have a motion, a second to receive. Number 31, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Number 32, continued from the April 19th and May 3rd, 2021 regular meetings. Memorandum of Town Engineer through Town Administrator in reference to availability of funding to support the Maidford River flood mitigation. And this is just what Sean had just spoken about, okay?
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
Motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Number 33, continued from April 19th and May 3rd, 2021 regular meetings. Resolution of the council in reference to authorizing the town engineer to work with the planning department to prepare and submit grant application, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, National Coastal Resilient Fund.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Sean, you want to add anything here?
We haven't got to 35, right? I'm sorry.
We're on 33.
Nope, same thing.
Same thing. Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep.
We have a motion and a second. Pass the resolution to proceed with that grant. All in favor?
Aye.
Number 34, continued from the April 19th and May 3rd, 2021 regular meetings. Resolution of the council in reference authorizing the town engineer to work with the planning department to prepare and submit grant application Southeast New England Program. The acronym is SNEP.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second?
Okay, again, it's the same thing we're talking about is just allowing Sean to proceed with the grant application. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, number 35, memorandum of town engineer through town administrator, availability of funding support the Maidford River flood mitigation.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
So this is a new grant application for
Okay.
the same project. Basically, it's a pilot project that would fund $150,000 per year for 5 years, a total of $750,000. We would have to match 20%, which would be $30,000 a year or $150,000 over the 5-year period. And again, it's an attempt to continue to apply for funding that's not local to help us fund the entire project for as little as possible. And again, with the planning and the work that we've done, we would be a good candidate for this pilot money, which would help defer a good part of the project, cost of the project.
Okay. Any further discussion?
With no commitment by the council tonight.
The key word is NC, no commitment, right? So, which is important because it just allows for the grant application to move forward, okay? Any further discussion, councilors? Okay, having heard none, motion to second to pass said resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 37, continued from the April 19th to May 3rd, 2021 regular meetings. Memorandum of Town Administrator in reference to zoning enforcement officer.
You skipped 36.
I guess I want to get out of here pretty quick, huh? So number 35 is a motion to receive said memorandum. I apologize. Motion is second to receive that said memorandum. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 36, resolution of the council authorizing the town engineer to work with the planning department to prepare and submit the grant application, Southeast New England Program, SNAP. I thought I read that one in already.
You did, you did.
Motion
Okay.
to pass said resolution.
Second.
Okay, motion is second to pass said resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you for straightening me out, Town Clerk. Number 37, continue from the April 19th to May 3rd, 2021, regular meetings, memorandum of the Town Administrator in reference to zoning enforcement officer.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
Okay, motion is second, discussion. Mr. Brown?
I am requesting the ability to hire an additional zoning enforcement officer. Part of this is related to the council's desire that we increase our enforcement over properties involved in the operations of short-term rentals. There is a tremendous amount of work that's happening in Town Hall and really across not only Town Hall, but the public safety departments to address short-term, just the registration of short-term rentals. And I anticipate that will continue. From my standpoint, the biggest challenge is the coordination that's required to make sure that everybody's working together as well as track the activities in a central location. And without someone dedicated to doing that, this will continue to dominate in many ways work that I'm doing or take precedent over the town clerk as well as the building and zoning department. Just going back in time, and I just, these are prior councils, there was an ongoing concern that we're addressing issues like whether or not people are complying with zoning rulings that were made in the past and looking for resources to actually address that issue that prior councils have brought up. Current council member Toronto with his, concern about trash patrol and all of those things. There's a need for another enforcement person in that office. If that's where we want to spend our next dollar, and that's the next thing you want to hold me accountable for. So with that, I am requesting having that additional person. I know we are working hard to fill the position that we have open. But as I said earlier tonight, Cassandra is working aggressively to do that. And I think if we want to make this investment for enforcement, improving quality of life within our neighborhoods and addressing the behavior of businesses or people that operate quasi businesses or whatever we call some of these other type of operations, we really need this other person in the, not only at town hall, but also in the field to help us enforce the rules that we have in place. So I know this is a budget issue. I don't know if this is a decision that you want to make now, or if it's one that you'll make with the adoption of the new budget when we, because I know funding is going to come up as a question tonight. Where's it going to be funded from? There's a very easy answer. Well, if you approve it tonight, I'm probably not going to have someone in place until probably close to the end of the fiscal year. And where we've had vacancies in the building department, it would be covered.
Yeah.
And then obviously, as you consider the budget going for next year, that's where the funding would be.
Well, I think my opinion, Sean, is if we don't move forward with it, the council decides not to, then, you wouldn't be able to staff that until probably August or September. And by then, why bother?
Mhm.
I think if we're going to do anything, like we committed to doing something, at least in my mind, I think it needs to be as an enforcement officer, specifically for those short-term rentals. That's my opinion. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of opportunity out there. We've had extensive discussions about it. Every avenue we turn to, we tried funding it up front and raising the rates, and we decided not to do that because we didn't have enough information. But at the end of the day, everyone seemed to agree on enforcement, and it came down to enforcement. And that's where I thought we were going to start. That's what led to this discussion about the zoning enforcement officer. And I think certainly it's going to pay for itself. There's no doubt about it. But it's an investment, and I think it's the right thing to do. And I think we need to move forward with it tonight, if that's the council's desire. I'm certainly going to support it and move forward with it. And let's take a step at a time, but I think it all starts with enforcement. So, Council Welch.
I agree. Let's vote.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I had emailed Sean to ask him a little bit more about this position. I don't know what part-time means, if that's, 20 hours, 30 hours, excuse me. But I know that we are going to fill in the zoning office 2 full-time employees. And Mr. Brown did tell me that in the email that this position is also a permanent position and it's a union position. And I'm just wondering, because I'm very concerned about raising taxes this year after COVID. It's been a tough year for our citizens. And like you mentioned earlier, Mr. President, we've gone 0, 0, 0, jumping to 4 under the circumstances is, could be a real over the cliff for a lot of families and a lot of taxpayers. And I'm thinking of the proposal that we heard from Chief Cure back on the 8th at the first budget meeting. And his proposal is to hire, I think he actually said 6. I know the original number was 4, but he wants to hire 6 community safety interns. And 2 of them would go and work closely with zoning, 4 of them with the police department. They would not be permanent. They would just be there in place for during the season, and they would be coordinated, in the police department. I think we've heard, testimony from the chief, a beach commission meeting. The sentiment was mentioned, and other residents that really enforcement really requires police department skills. There's a lot of things, ordinances that are being violated that simply take a little bit more training than the skills of, someone in the zoning department. So I just think that's a better use of taxpayer dollars. And I am a little nervous about committing. We're already talking about 1 or 2 people in DPW that want to do trash. I'm just not sure that that's the role, or, I think I'd like to vet this out a little bit more, especially when we have options. I think that's something we need to consider with our taxpayers' dollars.
I think I appreciate that, Mrs. Flynn. I think it's a great use, and I don't say this often, of taxpayers' dollars when we're adding something like this to generate revenue. It's going to generate revenue. It's going to pay for itself, and it's going to enforce the issues and hopefully improve the quality of life for our residents that some of the short-term rentals have created. Not all of them. I mean, I've walked those neighborhoods with a resident, and there's good ones, and there's ones that were actually on the call that were saying no, 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 no. And guess what? A lot of them were in violations. I saw it with my own two eyes. So and Council Welch did as well. And so I'd like to say that I think this is important, that we move forward. We cannot continue to just talk about things. We can talk all day long. And I get where you're going with budget wise, as far as adding, but we need to prioritize those things. And to me, this is at one of the top of the priorities for me is to get enforcement in place, especially for short-term rentals to make sure and work with them. They're not, I don't want, we came across as, oh no, they're bad, they're this, they're that. They're part of our community. But we need to make sure that they're regulated and make sure that they're following the laws. And I think this is going to help do that. So I don't want for part-time. I want somebody full-time. That's what I want. So that's what I would recommend. Council Logan.
Mr. Brown, how quickly do you think we'd be able to hire somebody to fill this need, knowing that we do have open positions in the department today?
I would need to get back to you just because I have to go through the personnel board process. There are some steps I need to follow, but I can provide that to you in an email tomorrow.
Yeah, I bring it up because I just want to make sure that we realize the value of this individual as they come in a timely manner.
Yep.
Because you said, if we don't get on this and they come in August, we've missed a few months
Mhm.
where we could have an additional body out doing enforcement activities for us.
And in speaking with the town administrator and the town clerk, the amount of work that's been additional work that's put on those folks for these short-term rental applications, inspections. Don't forget, this person's going to take a lot of that off of them and off the building inspector from that. I'm not sure that's something that interns can do. Okay, so that's just my opinion. Mrs. Santos.
Along those lines, thank you, Mr. President. Along those lines, do we have a formula for fines that people who do not comply with the short-term rentals or whatever, do we have a schedule for fines on the books?
Up to $1,000 a day.
I'm sorry.
Up to $1,000 a day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Is that fine enough for you?
Oh, yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Very
Mrs. Flynn.
So, Mr. President, are you thinking that the community safety interns would not be an option? And I ask that because, you've got 4 to 6 boots on the ground is a lot better than one, out in the field, looking around and making sure that the ordinances are being complied with. So I'd like a sort of a cost comparison and, hours and whatnot.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's a great question. So my response to that, Terry, is that in the budget meeting with the police chief, the interns weren't just for short-term rentals. They were for beach. They were for a variety of issues. We need somebody dedicated just my opinion, just for short-term rentals, for the permitting, the applications, the inspections. I'm sure Sean and Wendy could speak to it because they're living it. But that's the feedback I'm getting. And I think just from an enforcement standpoint, and it's somebody that would need to know the history of as this thing progresses is critical, and know the town itself. So I think that's important that for me anyway, in my decision making, that we get a full-time person and we get that person sooner than later.
So will the zoning department have 4, 4.5, or 5? What is, I think I'm not clear on what a fully staffed zoning department is going to be with this person, or is this one of the 4 is going to have dedicated time? Because that wasn't what the memo says. It was a zoning enforcement officer, like all of them that work on zoning ordinances that might include short-term rentals. I didn't read that it was dedicated.
This person would be dedicated to deal with the short-term rental applications and monitor the program. And it's not just the short-term rentals while they're active in the summer season. I think what we've learned in the past months is that we also have issues with the other 8 months or 7 months that they operate when the Salve students come in. So I think this person is going to have a year-round responsibility in some ways. And I look at the work that Wendy, myself, the building inspector, solicitors doing right now. It's going to recur with the changeover of applications each year. Is that we're almost sort of like a community, like a fire prevention officer or police, crime prevention officer, where we're reviewing the applications right now and trying to identify the problems and resolving them so that a college intern doesn't have to resolve them in the field in the month of July. We're trying to work with the property owners now to make sure they're operating within the town's parameters and, preventing that call from the neighbors that something's out of whack. And as I said, it is taking a tremendous amount of time and effort right now to work through the different issues that we're experiencing.
So what is the number for a fully staffed zoning office then?
5, 4 plus 1.
So this is not a part-time?
No, full-time.
So I'm thinking this is a budget issue because I'd like to, make sure we're not duplicating efforts with the chief's program. Because I think we need those boots on the ground. I think one person isn't going to cut it. I think that, there's a lot of ground to cover and it's a very busy season. So I don't want that opportunity to get budgeted out by a single pair of boots that's working under the roof of town hall.
Okay. Any further discussion?
No.
Council Welch.
I'm just a little confused because it says part-time. Are we changing that?
I'm recommending full-time. I know what
Okay.
it says,
All
but
right.
I'm recommending
Just
full-time.
making sure I'm on the right number.
Okay,
because-
sir.
All right.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice President.
Motion to authorize the administration to hire a full-time zoning enforcement officer to assist in investigating and identifying zoning violations, including short-term rentals.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
So because this is a budget issue, should we not have it be incorporated, or is this vote to incorporate it in the budget and then we vote on it again if it's going to work out?
So if we vote on it tonight, it becomes part of the budget. Sean has
Okay.
to make it work.
Okay. All right. And then we look at the whole budget and we make sure of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there a question?
No, just
Comment?
continue.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve the full-time zoning enforcement officer to assist investigating and identifying zoning violations, including short-term rentals. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Excellent. Number 38. Making sure I don't skip any, town clerk.
All right.
Memorandum of town engineer in reference to Paradise Avenue traffic calming measures, plan dated 5/3/21.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
Have a motion, a second to receive, discussion.
I'm going to let Warren talk. We had a very good town hall meeting with the Paradise Avenue neighborhood. We had a couple of members of the town council on the call. I'm hopeful that they agree that it was a productive meeting. But Warren Hall has prepared a number of revisions to the plan that we'd like the council to approve before we implement. So with
Okay,
that,
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. The plan in front of you dated May 3rd, 2021, has the following changes. This is obviously the Paradise Avenue traffic calming measures. Number one is we eliminated the speed tables. They're not shown on this plan. We are proposing to change the size of the signs from 36 inches by 36 inches to 24 by 24 inches. We're proposing to change the look of the signs. You'll see there's a type 1 shown on the plan. It has a placard underneath that states share the road with a bicycle and a pedestrian above it. We'd like to use the sign that's just below it labeled as type 2, where you'd have share the road, a pedestrian, a bicyclist, and a vehicle on the sign. We also show a change to the speed feedback sign location. The northbound would stay as we originally proposed it, which would be at Gray Craig. But the southbound speed feedback sign, we would move to just north of Prospect Avenue. And then we would eliminate, there's 4 share the road signs that would be eliminated. And we would relocate 3 of the share the road signs to just in the area of Prospect Avenue, and then one up by Green End Avenue to the top of the sheet. And also with those signs, we'd have the lane markings, the bicycle sharrow painted on the laneway.
Warren, I just had one question. I was on that call for about 45 minutes a while back, and then I had to get off. One of the points that were brought up was one of the speed limit, the electronic signs, and I forget what you're calling them, but I know that originally one wasn't on the north side of Prospect, and because the engineer felt that maybe there wasn't enough time for vehicles to get up to speed from Green End to Prospect. Now that's been changed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Because I thought for sure that I agreed with the residents, not for just the sake of agreeing with them, but I thought I travel that road all the time, and certainly I can get up to a reasonable amount of speed above the speed limit, before Prospect, and I take a right on Prospect all the time. So I think that's a great move. I appreciate the concessions made there, and I'm sure the residents do as well.
Thank you. That was after confirmed with Chief Kewer and Captain Farrier, Sean Brown. So,
okay, that's great work, guys. Any discussion on the traffic calming, Paradise Ave traffic calming measures that have been updated since the Zoom call with the residents? No? Okay. Mr. Vice President.
Motion to approve the Paradise Ave traffic calming measures, plan dated 5/3/21.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Number 39, resolution of the council in reference to opposing Senate Bill S0259 and House Bill H6067, an act relating to aeronautics.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second.
Is there any discussion on this? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. Let's see, number 40, Moody's Investor Service in reference to rating action. Moody's assigns AA1 to Middletown RI's $2.3 million general obligation bonds, 2021 Service A.
Motion to review the Moody's Investor Service rating action for the town of Middletown.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Brown, it's all good stuff.
It is. Mark's been.
Mark, are you on?
Yes, Mr. President, I am.
All right, just want to give us a brief on the Moody's rating, please.
Yeah, so this is all the bond was rated for the refunding that was approved by council. On April 14th, the town planner, the tax assessor, the deputy finance director, myself, and we had our bond attorney and financial advisors. We presented to Moody's. It was an hour presentation. And in the end, they assigned us the AA1 rating, which is the second highest you can get. The other higher rating is the AAA. And they gave us this rating. Their rationale says it reflects the town's stable financial operations and strong reserve levels, as well as the town's stable tax base supported by the large military presence, solid full value per capita, and very manageable debt burden and other long-term liabilities.
Excellent. So great work. I know you've done some work there, Mark, with some refinancing, like you stated. One of the things we do need to keep an eye on is the reserve, minimum 8%, which if we get down to there, could affect our rating, or below that. The town put a policy in place years back from 18 to 16% is where we want to be, and we're in that range. And we seem to be in pretty good shape. And of course, with all the good best practices that are used with Sean and his team. So we appreciate that. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, so we have a motion and it's in a second to review the Moody's Investor Service Rating Action for the town of Middletown. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, communication of accounting manager in reference to quarterly tax collectors report as of 3/31/2021, town of Middletown.
Motion to receive said communication.
We have a
Second.
motion, a second to receive. Mark?
Yes, for the 9 months for this fiscal year, the collections are strong, Mr. President, at 76.19%. Compared to the 2 prior years, it's ahead of those. There is one section of the collections, which is the personal property and tangible tax for the businesses, that is lower than the prior years, but still very strong at almost 80%. We do send out tax collection delinquent notices after each quarter. And we've had good responses for them. So we are collecting very strong still this year.
Excellent. Mark, I have a question, and maybe Sean, you can jump in just kind of off the cuff. Thinking in terms of, COVID and people struggling and the whole scenario there. If somebody can't pay their taxes, there's different scenarios they can come and payment plans and they can meet with the assessor and yourself, correct?
Correct.
I just want to make sure that's clear out there. The worst one of the worst feelings is, being behind on taxes. And how do I catch up and how do I pay? What avenues and resources do I have available to put a plan in place, hopefully to pay that? Because it's, people want to pay their taxes. It's just sometimes things happen and we need to have avenues that they can travel to get them to where they need to be. Okay. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
I want to put out there that people, if they can't make their quarterly payment every 3 months, they can come in on a monthly basis and make a monthly payment on the taxes. They don't have to wait every 3 months to make the quarterly. The town will not refuse their money. They can pay monthly, just like I do. I pay monthly. I don't pay quarterly, monthly. It's easier that way.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Okay. So we have a motion, a second to receive said communication. Any further discussion? And Mark, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Number 42, memorandum of finance director through town administrator, in reference to FY 2021 budget adjustments as of March 31st, 2021.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
We have a motion, second to receive. Mr. Brown?
I'm sorry, I was
That's okay.
doing,
I see you
42.
hammering away on that calculator.
42.
42. I'm going to let Mark address this again.
Okay, Mark.
Please, sorry.
Sure. There are 7 budget adjustments. 4 of them are grant related. We have a severance funding, which is, these are all bringing things to what actually happened so far during the year. We also have police detail revenue and expenses. And we are having a budget adjustment for police vehicle purchases, which were approved in the prior year, and the transaction occurred in the current year. The total budget adjustments will increase the budget by $449,000 for the total general fund budget of $31,769,193.
Okay. Is there any conversation?
This was an exceptionally presented memo, very clear and easy to follow. I want to thank the finance department for that.
Yep, excellent. Very
Thank
good,
you.
I agree. You're getting a lot of kudos tonight, Mark. Excellent,
loving it.
okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so we have a motion to second to receive memorandum, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and number 43 is the resolution that's tied to that, resolution of the council in reference to FY 2021 budget adjustments, general fund.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second.
A motion is second to pass. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Number 44, communication of the tax assessor and finance director in reference to cancellation of taxes for certain Middletown residents.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second.
We have a motion to second to receive. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Number 45, resolution of the council in reference to cancellation of taxes for certain Middletown residents.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second.
We have a motion to second to pass said resolution. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Number 46, communication of tax assessor and finance director in reference to cancellation of taxes for certain Middletown residents.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second.
We have a motion to second to receive. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 47, the ayes are getting tired. Let's get on track here. Let's stay on track. Number 47, resolution of the council in reference to cancellation of certain taxes for Middletown residents.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to pass that resolution into further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, number 48, communication of tax assessor in reference to cancellation of taxes for certain Middletown residents.
Motion to receive said communication.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Number 49, resolution of the council in reference to cancellation of taxes for certain Middletown residents.
Motion to pass said resolution.
Second.
We have a motion is second to pass that resolution. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Here we go. Number 50, executive order 2021-05, extension of state of emergency in Middletown through and including June 21st, 2021.
Motion to extend the state of emergency in Middletown through and including June 21st, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion is second, Sean. Any end in sight here?
I am hopeful that the governor may not extend the state of emergency, but we'll see what he does in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
But I think everything is looking very positive and we're on a way to recovery and I look forward to that.
Okay. We have a motion is second to extend state of emergency in Middletown through and including June 21st, 2021. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I'll oppose because I want to be consistent. Okay, boards and committees, 51, council president's appointment of town council representatives to various boards and commissions. A, audit committee. Town council president must be appointed along with two town council members, currently former town council president Sylvia, former vice president myself, and Councilor Von Villas, and the alternate was Councilor Santos. But since Councilor, former president resigned, and I'm currently the president, we need to change that. So, Vice President.
Motion to appoint Council President Rodrick to replace former Council President Sylvia and Council Logan to replace former President Rodrick to the Audit Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further nominations or appointments? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. The 51B, Beach Commission. Currently, there's two liaisons currently, Council Flynn. I'd like to open this up for discussion. Do we really need two? I guess that's what it comes down to. I had a conversation with the chairperson of the Beach Committee, and I asked her, do we need two? She didn't think so. I had a couple conversations with counselors. Whatever the pleasure of the council is, we'll do. I don't see the need personally. It's up to you guys what you want to do.
I think you need to, Mr.
Yes,
President.
go right ahead, Mrs. Von
No,
Dorst.
I think we need to always bear in mind that these are liaison positions.
Yeah.
They're not membership participating positions, and that the responsibility on these committees is to provide information, to give a little bit of feedback, to bring it or bring back to the council. So it would seem to me, as you suggest, that one person is good enough to do that.
Yeah. Yep. Any further discussion? Council Flynn, any comments? You're on that committee currently.
Yeah, I'm on that committee. I know that sometimes it's good to have two so that you can tag team, because if you're on multiple committees, sometimes the schedule can get a little tight. And I did put together a spreadsheet. I did send it to Wendy. If she wants to put it on the screen, it does show where everybody's at and what committees have who involved. And, you know, it might be clearer, and if although if it doesn't get any bigger, it's going to be hard to see.
That looks like David Martlin's design.
And if you can make that part of the public file, then at least, you know, we all have it. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Sorry about that. I
Well,
didn't realize it would not enlarge.
No worries. We appreciate you doing that. What's the pleasure of the council? Do you guys want to proceed with two, or you want to just have one? Consent, Council Logan.
So I think it probably is about time we go back and look at this. And I think removing it to one and spreading that workload's actually a good thing,
Okay,
right? Because you can't sit as a liaison on 7 committees.
right.
It's just not possible. And now you want 2 people to do it. That's incredibly insane. So we need to go back and take a look at this and determine where the right mix is. And I recommend one for each as a liaison, because again, it's not a sitting member. It's there to you know, calm the tide, so to speak, sometimes, and bring information back. So it might just be a good idea for us by charter, if necessary, to look at membership and reduce it. I don't know if that's how it works, but that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I don't think it's by charter. The only thing by charter is that Sean's in charge of
Okay.
of all the committees, to my knowledge. Yeah, so, okay, so the consensus seems to be one. You want to vote on that, or?
Let's vote.
Okay, so motion to reduce the beach committee liaison to one.
Aye.
Second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we got a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. Okay, number 51C, Budget Subcommittee, 3 council members. Currently, former Town Council President Sylvia, former Vice President myself, and Council Santos. Vice President.
Motion to appoint council president. You want Rodrick or Rodriguez?
However it comes out of your buka.
Rodrick to replace former council president Sylvia and council Logan to replace former vice president Rodrick to the budget subcommittee.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion or further appointments or recommendations? All in favor? Aye.
So that makes-
Okay.
Mr. President, you
Yes,
went awfully fast there on the budget subcommittee. That's a committee that I understand has not met in quite a while. Is that a subcommittee that could be eliminated?
I think it probably could be. It was created years back by former President Sylvia to somewhat streamline the budget process. It worked for a while. I thought it was good, but at the end of the day, the whole council is going to hear the budget and should hear the budget. So whatever the pleasure of the council is, I'm fine with doing. And I think by charter, Sean, I'm not sure it's even allowed.
What's not even allowed?
You can?
Yeah, you just, but the council itself is responsible for the budget.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I have a question.
Mrs. Santos,
I'm off the subcommittee, right?
what subcommittee?
The budget subcommittee.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, she's on it. She did not resign from that one.
Oh, you're on it. Sorry. Not unless we do, not unless we abolish it, you're off of it.
Yeah, but it's not listed in yellow.
Okay.
Do you want a
So,
motion to eliminate it, or is there more conversation if it's not in use and it
is
hasn't?
there any, it's okay. Is there any further conversation about it? What's the pleasure of the council? You want to keep it? You want to get, Council Welch
I say we get rid of it.
wants to get rid of it? Council Von Villis? Okay, seems to be a consensus, Council Flynn, to not have a budget subcommittee. So I'll need that in the form of a motion.
Okay, motion to abolish the budget subcommittee.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. See that? Just like that. Good discussion, guys. D, 51D, School Committee, 2 liaisons. Both liaisons appointed December 14th, 2020 have resigned. Counselor Welch.
Motion to appoint Counselor Logan.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to appoint Counselor Logan. Is there anybody else, Counselor, that's interested in the liaison? Do we have to have 2, Sean?
no.
Well,
No.
oh,
Okay.
discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
I know we don't have, okay. I know we don't have to have 2. However, they do meet twice a month, I think. The school
Counselor
committee.
Logan told me personally, he's up to that twice a month task.
Well, then, all right.
And I think, you know, when we talk, I called him the other day and, you know, and we were talking about it and I said, you know, would you be up for that? He said, I think it'd be good that we get a fresh face with fresh ideas, fresh perspective, to, you know, mend some of these fences and, move forward here. Okay.
Great.
So thank you for stepping up, Council Logan. So we have motion and second to appoint Council Logan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
52, memorandum of town clerk in reference to appointments to the short-term rental task force.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
Okay, a motion is second to receive, a discussion, and I'm going to turn this to Councilor Von Villis because her and I had a good, strong conversation about this, and I think it
Mr.
makes sense.
President, I'm recusing.
Yes, ma'am. Fill out a form
All done, all done,
through
all
a
done.
Zoom form, Zoom recusal. Okay, Council Von Villis.
Well, I think we have 2 options.
Okay,
Okay, I think there are 9 people that applied, sent in applications. It seems to me that there are 9 people that are very interested in this, but beyond that, not so much. At the same time, those 9 people create an imbalance in terms of representation. So I kind of have mixed feelings about it. I mean,
Okay.
I think that these 9 people all probably, because they expressed an interest, probably would represent very well. The question is, is it fair to have 6 people that are representing short-term rentals and 3 people that are representing the short-term rentals? So rather than eliminate 3 people just arbitrarily, why not reach out and either advertise or ask for a recommendation from Storm maybe for 3 additional people that are short-term rental owners so that you have a balanced committee?
okay. I think that if we add any people, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that's an option. You can either, I think we should either take all 9,
Mhm.
or I think it depends on how you feel about it, the council feels about it.
Okay, Councilor Welch.
Thank you. So I believe that it should be even,
Okay,
whether it's 3 to 3 or 6 to 6. And if we open it up to try to make it 6 to 6,
Too many.
well, there's, 6 non-owners now and only 3 short-term rental owners.
Yeah, when you're overseeing a committee though, it's very difficult.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
So my point is, if you try to look for 3 more people to even it out, you're invariably going to get more than 3 people to apply, and we're going to be in the same boat.
Correct.
So
Good point.
we passed, we voted on the membership, 3 and 1 council member, so I say we stick to it. And if we have enough people in front of us, if we could decide on that, then we get it done tonight.
Okay. And I think we need to get it done tonight. We need to move this whole short-term rental thing in a whole new direction. Or not a new direction we discussed. Okay,
And
so,
to keep going with that, we have 3 short-term rental owners, so that makes it easy.
yep,
Now we have to choose out of the 6 non-owners.
okay,
And I am going to get behind Michael Cunningham.
okay,
He and his wife have put in a tremendous amount of work and have a lot of history there, so
Agreed.
I can't leave him out. James Redfern has been dealing with this for a long time, and I've talked to him on the phone. I've been to his house. I find him to be a reasonable person. He
Okay.
certainly is upset with history, but
Mhm.
I think he can be proactive. I think he can be helpful.
okay.
And Dan Titus has a lot of background,
hmm
and I think we should tap him for that reason.
Okay. Any other discussion? I think those are great I appreciate everybody applying. I think those are great recommendations. So I think you need to make that in a form of a motion, unless there's any other nominations. Council
Okay.
Vice President.
I make a motion to take Leon Amarant, Ethan Coombs, and Deborah Fagola, all short-term rental owners, as well as Michael Cunningham, James Redfern, and Dan Titus as non-short-term rental owners to make up the task force.
Okay,
I'll second that.
okay. Do we have a council member that's going to oversee this? I have a perfect person in mind unless somebody else wants to do it. I know Council Welch had initially had some interest in it. I had some interest in it. I no longer have, I still have interest. I just don't think it's right as a sitting council president to do that. It's either, I think it comes down to Mrs. Von Bellis or Chris, unless you're interested.
Did I not get enough tonight?
The new person gets stuck with all the committees, so either Tom or Mrs. Von Bellis, either one. It's up to you guys, whatever you want to do.
Nobody's blinking. So here, I'll be perfectly honest. I did get on this bus in the beginning.
Okay.
So I do have interest in it. At the same time, there is the school building committee that they're looking to start.
Okay,
And I can do one more. I can't do 2. So I don't know where I'm better suited. I would listen to,
I think you'd be great at both, and I think you could probably.
well,
do
that is
both.
not what I was getting at. That is not what I was.
I
getting
know,
at.
but I'm going to completely disagree with you, but that's fine. Up to you. That's just my opinion. So, Mrs. Von Bellis, do you have interest in she does? Okay. So that made it easy.
Yes. it does.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for being honest. So we have a motion to appoint Leon Amarant, Ethan Coombs, Deborah Fagola as the short-term rental operators. And then we have Michael Cunningham, James Redfern, and Daniel Titus as the non-short-term rental operators. And motion to, at the same time, amend that motion to appoint Council Von Villas as the short-term rental liaison.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Council Welch.
Is Ms. Von Villas a liaison, but she's a voting member, right?
I'm not sure if she is or not.
Well, you got to
Peter?
do something. You got to make it 7.
I'm not sure, council members, you want to put him in that position.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
She can run it, but I don't think she should vote on it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't think, no, I shouldn't have a vote.
Okay,
Then why don't we make it odd?
we can, but then who do you pick?
Hmm.
That was the discussion before.
Well, we can let it ride and see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens, okay?
Let me intervene with.
Yes,
this real
sir.
fast. They're going to be bringing back recommendations to the council. They're going to have to come to an agreement.
That's correct.
So somebody's going to have to give way on either side to come to a suitable agreement that moves forward to the council. I say leave it and let these folks figure it out. They operate them. They don't want to operate them. Let them figure out the rules. to bring it
Yes,
back.
and I think this is not a situation, excuse me, Mr. President.
No, you go right ahead.
This is not a situation where we're looking for winners and losers.
No,
This is a situation where we're looking to come for an agreement.
Figure it
I
out.
think you said it very well. So I don't think it needs to be a vote.
Okay.
A winning vote.
that's perfect logic, you know? So we have a motion and a second on those appointments. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. I want to thank everybody for doing their homework, for asking questions for Sean. Previously, we are currently caught up. We will see everybody Wednesday at 6 o'clock for the budget hearing, and thanks for your patience and diligence. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you.
Aye.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
All right.
Okay.